Golfers don't just compete against each other for the Wanamaker Trophy.
Man, that's not close.
Or even the course.
The green mile just showed its teeth.
So much as they compete against their own memory of what bad can happen.
Not what anyone had scripted.
What bad just happened.
Difficult day, but that's major championship golf.
And what bad lies just around the next corner at Quail Hollow.
ESPN Plus and the PGA of America proudly presents the 2025 PGA Championship. And today it is second round coverage. Live from Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. Another warm day here for this PGA Championship. Scores have been pretty low so far today. The group will be following today here on feature group coverage on ESPN Plus. Phil Mickelson, a PGA champion back in 2021. Tommy Fleetwood still looking for his first PGA Tour win. And Jason Day, the 2015 PGA champion. Justin Kutcher alongside Brendan DeYoung here in the booth. And we have the birthday boy, Andre Gonzalez, with us. Walking with this group today. Since it's his birthday, we've got some overcast skies to try to keep him nice and cool. The temperature right now, 86 degrees, humid again. Forecast calls for cloudy skies. And Brendan, the forecast with cloudy skies and also with the way the course is playing, that might bode well for the afternoon group.
Very much so, Justin. As you mentioned it at the top, their scoring has been very, very good, and that overcast sky has certainly helped. Kept a little bit more moisture in the greens. The fairways are starting to dry out as well, so these guys are able to get a little bit of cheat yardage down the fairways. And yeah, the scoring has been exceptional this morning, and we expect more of the same. And well, you couple that with the lack of breeze that we've had as well. Really no wind to speak of today at all.
Tommy Fleetwood, as we mentioned, still looking for his first career PGA Tour win. Jason Day, his last win came at the 2023 Byron Nelson. And Jason Day, 2 over in his opening round, a 73. Out on the practice area, getting loose. Was out there watching him a little bit earlier as we see Johnny Vegas. I don't know if anybody had Johnny Vegas. I don't know if Johnny Vegas had him as the first and potentially second round leader.
Well, I for one thought that Johnny Vegas was really going to struggle to follow up that wonderful opening round that he played yesterday, and hats off to him. He's really been able to keep it going. Got off to a little bit of a slow start this morning, was 1 over through his first 6 holes, but since then has played some flawless golf, 4 under in his last 5, and just some excellent golf from Johnny Vegas.
Like you mentioned, Johnny Vegas, to go out and shoot 64 yesterday, you say, okay, that's impressive. If you asked him, hey, if you finish the second round at 7 under, are you happy? He would have said yes.
I think so. I mean, we expect that lead to be, we expected that lead to be somewhere around that sort of number in, you know, maybe -7, -8, but he's just played some exceptional golf since the turn.
Let's go out to the first tee and meet this group that we'll be watching today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is our 1:14 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome our 2005-2021 PGA champion from California, Phil Mickelson.
A tough first day for the man they call Lefty. 79, which matched his highest round at a PGA Championship. Did that also when it was here in Quail Hollow in 2017. Almost hit the Goodyear blimp.
Now on the tee, from England, please welcome Tommy Fleetwood.
A 1 under 70 for Fleetwood in the opener. He's been playing good golf, coming off a T4 last week at the Truist Championship, 7th at the RBC Heritage. He's actually played well at the big ballparks, and this is a big ballpark.
Well, he's got a game that's tailor-made for the difficult golf courses, for the big events. Typically a wonderful driver of the golf ball. And this looks to be a good start here.
Now on the tee, please welcome the 2015 PGA champion from Australia, Jason Day.
The Australian who now makes his home in Columbus, Ohio. Huge Ohio State Buckeye fan. I don't know if we hold that against him or give him credit for that.
I think that depends who you talk to.
He was testing out some drivers with shafts earlier this week, and he said this one is the one I like. It just feels right.
Well, important for Jason to get off to a good start today. That Johnny Vegas lead at -10, he really needs to go out and play a good round of golf. And this too looks to be a good one up that right side.
That is perfect.
And you can see there, this fairway starting to take a little bounce, starting to release a little bit. That's what we were hoping for.
Jason Day right there with Tommy Fleetwood as they get things going here in round number 2. This featured group coverage of lefty Jason Day, Tommy Fleetwood are off here in round 2.
Probably with Phil. Who's up there? I'd probably say Phil right here. You think it's this one? Yeah.
This Quail Hollow Club, the course breakdown, Brendan, it is long, and it's a par 71. It is the longest par 71 in PGA Championship history. 6 holes with water hazards coming into play, and it sets up for some spectacular moments. Long, 8 par 4s, at least 450 yards, some over 500. And 18 and 1 were the most difficult holes in 2017, but you might add number 9 to that list here this year, as number 9 has been stretched out to almost 530 yards. So as we look at these tee balls from this group here, Mickelson, Day, and Fleetwood, those are 3 really good shots at this opening hole, which is a par 4 in this championship, a par 5 for the members. That just goes to show you how good and long these guys hit it.
You know, so often we talk about these championship tests with a friendly handshake in the opening hole. That is not the case this week. Just an unbelievably difficult opening hole, and then, well, you get to that green mile finishing the round, and you got to hit some golf shots to get it into the house.
Phil Mickelson has John Yarbrough on the bag. He'll be 55 on June 16th. He was 50 when he won the PGA Championship in 2021 at Kiowa, the oldest player to ever win a major. He still has plenty of length.
Just trying to figure out exactly what direction this wind is coming from. There's not much breeze out there, but he wants to get this one spot on.
All right, Mickelson getting ready for his approach shot here at the first, and we get to say happy birthday to Andre Gonzalez, and he gets us up to speed on what's going on.
Yeah, thank you for that, Justin. Phil Mickelson finding the left side of this fairway to this front left pin location. Plays down about 7 yards from where he's at.
Don't want to be long here, do you, Dre?
Now, you don't want to be short either.
Yeah.
This is just a tough little pin location. Anything on the right-hand side of the screen leaves yourself a quick little putt. So that's the spot to hit it, though. 181 adjusted down to 174. This looks to be on a really good line.
Yeah, nice start there from Phil. Lands in a pin high, releases just behind the hole. He's going to have a quick putt down the hill for an opening birdie.
I have a sneaking suspicion we might see him flag hunting today.
It should be a fun watch. Phil typically with that go for broke style anyway, and he has nothing to lose after the disastrous opening round.
Tommy Fleetwood next to play after a lovely tee shot.
Well, I don't know about you guys. I'm excited to watch Tommy up close. I just love this golf action. One of the more pure ball strikers out here. Nice. Leak this out to the right. May need to go to cover that right bunker.
Oh, a big miss right there by Fleetwood.
A little bit of out of sequence there. Arms behind the body, body out racing. It left that face wide open, and good thing is he will have some green to work with.
Now Jason Day, as he closes his eyes to visualize the shot.
And Day now looking rather GQ in this button up. 171 adjusted down to 64. And starting this left of the hole, cutting back towards it.
Beauty there from Jason Day. That's going to release into a similar spot where Phil Mickelson's golf ball is. Interesting to see him go with that cut shot to that front left flag.
I was thinking the same thing. I mean, that's a gutsy move right there.
Yeah, typically a guy that likes to move the ball right to left as well, but felt comfortable hitting the fade in there, and a good shot.
And that shirt that Dre mentioned, up close, it's like a terry cloth material. And I said, hey, Jason, like to see that you went with a nice light shirt today. He goes, mate, everyone thinks it's really hot, but it's actually quite breathable.
Dre could use one of those, I would think.
I just hope you're bundled up in your booze, partner.
Not quite yet, but I will be. You don't worry about me, okay? You just stay cool out there. Jason Day, the 37-year-old, 13 career wins. 5 of them came in that great year of 2015 when he won the PGA Championship at Whistling Straits. The next closest competitor was Jordan Spieth, who he beat by 3. But Jason Day, he's gotten back to working with his longtime coach, longtime caddy, our colleague Colin Swatton, and it's nice to see those two together. Jason Day back in 2015 This was the height of his game at Whistling Straits, a dominant performance.
It really was. Played some wonderful golf that week. Jordan Spieth, I remember it was on the 11th hole. Jordan Spieth looked at the tee shot of his and then looked at the tee shot of Jason Day and said, man, this is not a fair fight.
Just the culmination of so many years of hard work, wanting to be a major champion. Then he's had the back injuries and he's dealt with stuff, and it's just good to see him back in form as one of the top players in the game. 2 over in his opening round, but you just get the sense that when you watch Jason swing, he still has plenty of distance.
And you touched on it briefly there, back with Colin Swatton, and I think that's a big change. Colin and Jason know each other very, very well. Jason Day is so comfortable with Colin Swatton. Colin knows Jason's golf swing in and out. I love the fact that they've reunited. It's a partnership that really did breed some success, and I think there is going to be a lot more success going forward.
Now here's Fleetwood's bunker shot.
Ball sitting down a little bit on a slight downslope. There's a ridge about 6 paces short of this hole where it starts to pick up speed and just didn't crest over it.
It's going to leave a tricky 10-footer left for Tommy Fleetwood there to save par at his opening hole.
Well, if these guys are going by shot length, it will be Phil Mickelson to putt first, as he is outside by 5 inches. So this will give Jason Day a little bit of a feel of how fast it is and what the break does.
I'm surprised by both of these balls, just how big that first bounce is, especially coming from an elevated fairway. There's a little more height on these balls, but they are quite firm right now. Fast putt moving to the right the entire way. We want to keep it on top of the hole.
If you were looking at a clock face, you'd like to try and make this at about 8 o'clock there. That one comes up short right in the heart of the hole.
It's a par to start for Phil Mickelson.
See the putter that Phil Mickelson is wielding there, a different putter than he had yesterday. Had the blade out yesterday, a little bit more of a mallet today.
This guy rarely changes his putter.
Why would you? He's one of the best putters on the planet. Just setting up over the golf ball, everything looks so square, so in balance. He's gonna need a lot of touch right here, though. Downhill slider, hard for right-handers to keep it high enough. It tends to want to try to drift low.
Like that. That was a good putt.
Just wanders off on that right side. That will be an opening par for Jason Day.
Tommy Fleetwood, he has just about 9 feet left for this par, has his caddy Ian Finnis getting a feel. Ian Finnis might be the tallest caddy out there at 6'6". The height discrepancy between he and his player, that could be the biggest for caddy player on tour.
Putt that shouldn't do a whole lot, Dre.
Not a lot. If anything, it may want to just die a little bit to the left, but speed is the main concern here. This is a very quick putt.
See there, just taps it, and that too will just wander out to the right side. A disappointing bogey start for Tommy Fleetwood.
Especially after that tee shot in the fairway. A little wayward on that second shot, cost him one here. That brings him back to even for the championship, so 10 shots off the lead right now. As they make the walk up to the second, let's look at this tough driving hole.
It is a tough driving hole. It does give the player some options. If you're one of those guys that can really launch it high, you can take it up and over the corner, over those trees. Majority of the players will hit a 3-wood out to the right side, try and leave yourself a shot up the hill here. This whole location in that right corner looks fairly innocuous, but there is that big slope down that right side. Anything that lands right of this hole will catch that slope, and it feeds down into an area that's well below the green surface, leaving a very difficult up and down.
Mickelson with driver in hand would love to just start it up the center and get that ball to fade. Not sure he has the power anymore to cover that tree, but just trying to get as close to it as possible on that left side of the dogleg. Just like that.
Pretty ball flight there for Phil. That's going to be ideal there.
You think about him, 45 career PGA Tour wins, 8th all time. If the man named Tiger Woods wasn't in that same age group, could have been a lot more.
And Justin, Jason Day's going to have to flirt a little bit more with that tree. If he takes it straight up the center of the fairway, it does run out at about 305, and he has that in the bag.
Teeing it up on that far right side, trying to give himself the best angle.
Starting over the center of it and fading back, may need to get down.
He's perfect.
Oh, please.
Let's see if Fleetwood tries to draw this one around the tree.
Wind is just stagnant right now, not really doing anything. Starting up the center and fading. Should find fairway though.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it catches the right side. 3 good tee shots.
Three good tee shots here. Jason Day, a swing that everybody can enjoy and learn from. And Tommy Fleetwood, I tell you what, he's hit the driver well. It's fun to watch him hit irons. Well, inside this field of 156 players, 45 players competed in this championship in 2017. That was held in August. 13 past champions are in the field, including that man, Rory McIlroy, and the ranges of age from 21 to 56. We have the 54-year-old Phil Mickelson. 26 countries are represented. Lots of variety. Well, the longest tee shot of this three belongs to the oldest member of this group, Phil Mickelson. A perfect tee ball here at the second.
Yeah, a couple nice drives from Phil Mickelson. Looks comfortable moving that ball right to left, that left-handed fade. And that is exactly what this hole calls for.
Tommy Fleetwood will be first to play.
Yeah, Tommy fanned his tee shot just a little bit up that right side. Going to leave him a bit further back in here.
Doing some calculations. He's got 175 to the hole.
It's going to play a little longer than that, Justin. Playing uphill about 8 paces from down here. Can't really see the green surface, but you can see the flagstick. Fairly accessible all the way in the back.
Yeah, where have you got the win?
Brendan, this seems like a lot of discussion for a pretty straightforward shot. Pin is cut in the center back portion of the screen.
I was going to say, Dre, it's almost like they're trying to find some wind that's not there at the moment.
I mean, if anything, it's just a breath down, but not much really to speak of. Trying to land this short and have it bounce back. This is leaking to the right, needs to get lucky.
It's going to continue to feed down into this low area and going to leave an incredibly difficult third shot.
He obviously just was not comfortable over that. There was a lot of talk for what I would think would just be an 8-iron straight.
That's 2 in a row for Tommy Fleetwood out to the right.
Now Jason Day.
167 adjusted up to 74. Wind is picking up just a skosh. And this is the opposite, pulled to the left.
All right, hangs on to that left side of the green, will continue to feed down away from the hole a little bit. That's where you want to make your mistake, left of the hole here.
Good ball striking so far in the first 3 shots by Phil Mickelson. We could see some fireworks from him today. 164 up to 170. 54, my apologies, 160. Starting left, trying to draw back.
That sounded like a little bit of a miss hit there for Phil Mickelson. Maybe caught that a groove low, and that's going to leave a slow putt up the hill.
You mentioned, though, Phil Mickelson just working on that rehearsal, but Tommy Fleetwood, that third shot that he's got coming up, When you walk this golf course and you see this green complex at number 2, you can't believe the slope and the drop off from that right side. And now what he has to do going up and over that bunker, oh.
Yeah, very, very difficult. The only thing that he's got in his favor there is that that ball did get into the first cut. So he's going to have a little bit of cushion under there because he's going to have to stop this with some elevation.
Looking at this leaderboard, Johnny Vegas is at 10 under through 15 today. Matthew Pavone went out and shot 6 under today. But then Max Homa did one better, 7 under today to get him to 5 under for the championship. And Max Homa is someone who is, you know, kind of reworked his swing. He's been very honest. He's had his struggles, but he's like, I feel like I'm close. He had a good finish in Augusta, and now he's carried it over here to the PGA Championship.
And he's been very forthcoming, and he's been very open and honest about all the struggles and the struggles with the loss of confidence. And I think the fact that he's been that open about it has helped him get over it a little bit quicker. And you mentioned that the start at Augusta and the good finish there, I think that did absolute wonders for the confidence of Max Homa.
There is also a name on that leaderboard, as you see Fleetwood, the shot that he has left, Michael Thorbjornsen, who is the youngster out of Stanford. 2 under today, 5 under for the championship. Don't sleep on that kid.
You're exactly right. He has got so much game and fun to watch. Hits it an absolute mile. I mean, the typical modern golf swing. But, he's a name certainly to pay attention to as we're quickly down to Tommy Fleetwood.
Oh, is this good or what? Dre, did he make that look a lot easier than we thought, or what?
Yeah, he made it look pretty easy. I will say that there was a bit of an upslope on the right side of that green that he was able to kind of pitch it into, but either way, could not see the bottom of the cup.
See right there what Dre's talking about, lands it right into that upslope, kills it a little bit. That's going to leave just a tap in for the 4.
Tommy Fleetwood, known for his ball striking, just showed off some short game prowess, which is what this guy is known for. Was he the first one to hit the flop shot, the real super flop?
He's certainly the one that made it the most famous. And Dre, this one's going to use all of Phil's imagination. Huge hooking putt for him.
Yes, it is. It's going to be coming in the left edge here. There's going to be a lot of break right at the very end, so keep your eyes on this. As it starts to lose speed, it is going to take a right turn.
This is one that's very difficult to get to the hole. So slow up this hill.
That was a pretty poor effort right there.
It's some 8 feet short there.
I know he's closer to the hole, but I'd venture to say that Jason's day is a little more difficult, playing more downslope. And it's going to also break a lot. He's going to have to start this maybe 3, even 4 feet outside of that left edge.
Yeah, to your point, Dre, this is one of those putts that you've got to keep high. If this gets low of the hole, it can run away from you.
I mean, he may be getting more than 4 feet outside. This is looking like 5, maybe even 6.
Whatever it was the right amount. A birdie for Day at 2.
Matches up the line and the speed perfectly. A little bonus there for Jason Day. That's not one that you would typically expect to make.
He had asked Tommy Fleetwood to move his mark 1 over. Good thing he did. He went right over that spot.
I think Tommy could have left that right there. That thing went in the middle.
All right, now this remaining for a par for Mickelson to open up his second round with back-to-back pars.
We know that Phil can put up some really low numbers, so needs to get this to fall. Can ill afford to move backwards today.
This putt will move to the right as it loses speed.
You could see right off the club, it just dove.
That's a soft bogey there for Phil Mickelson after the beautiful tee shot.
3-putt bogey. Now for Fleetwood's really nice up and down par.
Not much to this, just a couple feet, and good up and down there.
A birdie, a par, and a bogey in the group at the second. It's a short walk to the third.
Another one of those par fours that measures over 450 yards. Want to keep something left of that big bunker that guards the right side of this fairway. Anything that gets a little too far left, you can get blocked out by a big oak tree on the corner. Once you get up here, we've got a very difficult green complex. There's a ridge that bisects the middle of the green. You can use that. It's going to act as a little bit of a backstop to where that flag is located today. So good opportunity to get something in there close if you get it in the fairway off the tee. You can see right there so far the 6th toughest hole on the golf course. We have had 11 birdies and an eagle. See if we can add to that total with our featured group right here.
Jason Day will have the honor.
Came up to me after he made that putt. I got to touch that Terry Closs shirt.
See?
It is soaking up every bit of moisture. Very accessible pin here, down in a bowl if you can find short grass. Is starting up the left side, trying to cut back. May need a bounce to get in short.
We'll find the left rough. Going to need a lie over there. There's that big oak tree on the corner that he's going to have to go up and over.
It's caddy Luke Reardon trying to hydrate on this very hot, humid day in the southeast, as Tommy Fleetwood now on the tee.
And 295 to the bunker on the right hand side, so is in play. That tree you're talking about, Brendan, is pushing guys that way. Left center, this is beautiful.
Tommy won't have to worry about the tree or the bunker from there. Nice tee shot.
Let's see what Phil does coming off that 3-putt bogey.
Good or bad, always a crowd favorite. He has this thing teed up really high.
Let's see if he goes to that fade again.
He did. Right up the left side of the fairway, needs to hold.
Into the rough. We'll say this, he gave that one the full send. A Good start for Jason Day. He's got a birdie so far. He's -1 on the day. Johnny Vegas, though, he's the leader at 10 under.
Rejoice. Kiowa erupts. Phil defeats Father Time.
One of the truly epic scenes, 2021 at Kiowa when he was coming down the 18th hole. Phil Mickelson, 32nd PGA Championship appearance. We've talked about him being a two-time winner. Tied for the most made cuts all time, and he's going to have his work cut out for him if he's going to make another cut here this week after the 79 yesterday. That 79 for Phil Mickelson had a triple on 7, 8 bogeys. He had to make birdies at 8 and 15 to avoid shooting an 80.
I was a little surprised. Phil was coming in with some form. He's played some good golf on the Live Tour this year. As a 3rd place finish, a 6th place finish in Miami, and I thought we might see a little something from Phil. A golf course that he's very, very familiar with. He's played the Truist Championship a number of times, so knows Quail Hollow Club very well. I thought we might just see Phil roll back the clock a little bit this week.
So far at this 3rd hole, you see where these tee shots ended up. Fleetwood, the only one in the fairway, has 160 left.
And he is by far in the best position of anybody, being able to get a clean strike on the back of this ball. No tree trouble to speak of. And Jason, on the other hand, has a pretty poor lie. And he's going to have trouble getting this thing up. It wouldn't shock me at all if he tries to chase something up onto that front edge.
You know, we talked about it, Dre, with that whole location. It's in a little bit of a bowl there. If you're in the fairway, this all of a sudden turns into a birdie hole. From, as you say, that left rough is some of the thickest rough on the golf course, and these guys are going to be busy from there.
I wasn't real excited about Jason Day's lie, but he was able to move it. Apparently a marshal stepped on it. Makes sense why it was buried.
Trey, the rough was supposed to be 2 3/4 inches long. Because of all the rain, how thick, like, what would you say it would compare to?
Probably like a 60 shag carpet right now.
You never want to work on chipping out of those.
How about this? I've seen rough longer in major championships.
Right.
I mean, you're still able to advance it. You're still able to get long irons on it. There's been times where you're doing nothing but hitting lob wedges out as far as you can. I just don't know what they could be talking about so much these last 2 iron shots.
I was going to ask you, Dre, this is not something that we typically see from Tommy Fleetwood, this uncertainty.
A 160, this is a 9 iron. He does have 10 paces to the back of the ridge behind the hole. Right at it.
Oh, a little unfortunate. Takes a big first hop and gets onto that upper level. A little bit short of that ball, feeds back to the hole.
He knows it.
It's going to leave a very, very fast putt down the hill.
This is going to take a lot of speed for Jason to get up over this tree. He did do it, but it may need to go to cover the front bunker.
It just does cover the front bunker, hangs it in that left fringe, and a good result from there.
Just came out really dead.
Now Mickelson.
But Phil has a great lie here, Brendan. I think the only thing he's really worried about is this thing jumping on him and flying. Don't want to get it up on top of that ridge where Fleetwood is. That leaves just a treacherously fast putt.
Phil might go down as the best rough player in the history of golf. Mainly because he's in it so often, but he is very, very good from out of the rough.
And he can hit it as high as anybody. Right in the hole.
All right, safely on. Well, PGA Professional has a coaching insight for us from the PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile. Let's check in for the first time today with Joe Hallett.
Justin, good to be with you guys again. Hey, I would love for everyone to notice one thing in particular. Tommy Fleetwood, one thing I love that he does, and we see a lot of good players do this, he grips down the club. You'll always see a little bit of the club at the end of his left-hand grip. That works great with short shots, but I want you to pay attention when he tees off. He does the same thing. It might be ironic that he was in the fairway and Phil, who grips at the end of the club, was not. Although if I had Phil's creativity, I wouldn't care where I hit it on the golf course. But if you learn to grip down just a little bit, especially under pressure, you might not choke up.
T-Mobile for Business exclusive 5G solutions partner. This is a look at Tommy Fleetwood choking up on the club. I guess my question would be, a lot of people feel like when you choke up on the club, you're going to lose some power. How much does he have to play into the yardage? Like, is he losing yards off of that?
Yeah, he may lose a little bit, but not a whole lot, because by doing that, it's more for control and gives him the ability to hit everything right out of the middle of the club face. So you hit everything, you strike it properly out of the middle of the club face, you're not going to be giving up a whole lot of distance.
Here's Jason Day from the greenside bunker.
My apologies, Dre. I thought that his ball had got up on the green.
You're all good, Brendan. I'm out here. I can see it. This ball is below his feet a little bit with not a lot of green to work with and how deep the bunker is. He's going to need to throw a lot of spin on this, which is going to need a lot of speed on this club head.
And he did just that.
Yeah, pretty good there. Runs on about 5 or 6 feet. Always one of the very best bunker players in the game.
What is it about Australians, Brendan? I feel like every Australian's a great bunker player.
You know, the great golf courses in Australia and that sand belt, Trey, the bunkering is just unbelievably good, and you learn to become a good bunker player because you have to.
You're saying that these players are in bunkers a lot in Australia?
There are a lot of bunkers. The bunkers come right up to the green's edges and catch a lot of golf balls, especially those sand belt golf courses. But yeah, you have to be a good bunker player if you want to compete down there.
Well, a bit of a miscue here by Tommy Fleetwood. 43 feet, first 10 feet fairly flat, and then down a very steep ridge moving to the right.
Just continues to pick up speed as it gets past the hole. It's going to leave a tricky one left for the par.
Phil Mickelson was an eager bystander there. He knows that where his ball ended up is going to be what his ball does as well, even though he's putting from a completely different location on the green. Very quick, moving to his left.
Trying to get the one back that he dropped at the last hole.
Oh, he does. What a putt right there by Phil Mickelson.
Yeah, beautiful holding speed there. Goes dead in the heart.
Jason Day was sneaking in for a look as well. One of everything so far in the first 3 holes for Phil Mickelson.
You mentioned Phil being such a big crowd favorite. It really would be cool if he could put a charge into the crowds and get something going today.
He has gone low in the Truist Championship here at Quail Hollow. I mean, he's fired some scores and everyone's like, whoa, where did that just come from? Well, right now, Tommy Fleetwood trying to 2-putt. Not an easy 2-putt.
They did get away from him a little bit, but the good news is it's back uphill. Shouldn't do a whole lot. May want to hook just a little bit for him.
Important to keep the speed up here.
Well done. He has been putting well this year. Jason Day has this left for his par, trying to save it out of the bunker.
This isn't one you want to get too reckless on either. This is quick. Also hooking slightly for him down this slope.
Nice par save there for Jason Day. Remains at -1 in his second round.
During the peak of his playing days, he was automatic from 5 feet and in.
One of the very best. And if I had a young son or daughter that was trying to get started in the game of golf, I would tell them to go and watch Jason Day. Model your putting stroke on Jason Day.
All right, they make their way to the first par 3 on this golf course, the shortest one.
Interesting hole here at number 4, green that just kind of sits out there in the middle of nowhere. Almost looks like a bit of an infinity edge there. And we've got a hole location today that's guarded by a big bunker on that right side. Anything that lands up on that back level near the hole is going to bound through the back of the screen. Ideally like to bring something in with a high fade just left of the hole. Use the contours to feed it back closer. Probably the most tricky hole location on this 4th green.
It was here at the 4th yesterday where Phil Mickelson's round started to go wayward. It was the first of 3 straight bogeys and then a triple. Eric Cole had the hole-in-one here yesterday.
I don't think I can draw it. We hit that cut in 74 on the wild. She's about. I mean, we can. Yeah, I'm saying there's a stop. I feel like it's much as ready to get a high cut. What do you think?
Just about a 5-mile-per-hour difference of what the players feel on the tee versus what it's doing at the hole.
Well, what you can feel on the tee is from the right. Not making this pin location easier for any of these players. It's sitting out on that back right corner. It just looks like it's not even on the green. .181 now for Phil. Looks like it sets up for a draw, but talking with his caddy Johnny Arbor about fading it in there. Just very high and right at it, just right of it.
Into the bunker.
Didn't need much more to carry onto the surface there.
Pretty much.
Just catches the top of that bunker lip.
Wind picking up a little bit out of the right at the moment. Brendan, that's my favorite part about Jason Day's pre-shot routine is when he closes those eyes and starts visualizing.
It shows a lot of discipline, Dre. He will do that regardless of what the score is in the round.
Is at the center of the green and not moving anywhere.
Sorry.
It's going to leave him in that 40-foot range there. Just didn't get that cut.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Patience, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Just looking all range 8, isn't it?
Okay, man.
Well, Dre, he's missed his iron shots out to the right so far.
I'm sure he can fly this all the way there, but the greens are firm. 8 iron in hand. Well, this looks pretty good.
Just hang on.
Wow.
So firm in that back right section, and that's going to leave a difficult little pitch shot for his second shot. Not going to be a lot of green to work with.
The greens so firm, fast, faster than these players even expected after all the rain earlier in the week. Has not stopped the fans from coming here to Quail Hollow for the PGA Championship. It is the 107th PGA Championship at Quail Hollow Club. Justin Kutcher alongside Brendan DeYoung, Andre Gonzalez, the birthday boy, out on the course, walking with this group. Phil Mickelson, Jason Day, and Tommy Fleetwood. Mickelson in the bunker off the tee. Well done.
Made that look pretty easy. Just flipped it up there. Leave him right around that 4-foot range for par.
Now this for Fleetwood. You can see the rehearsals right now, Dre. How tough is it?
There's not a lot of green to work with. Once it gets past it, it starts running away.
It's going to be another one in that testing range for Tommy Fleetwood.
This is a really cute pin here, Brendan. It's right on a knob. So Tommy's ball started running away from the hole. If Phil got past the hole from where he was, it would start running away. And this, I would argue, is the most difficult one. Coming down slope for Jason Day, breaking to the right, but if it stays out too far left, it'll work away. And anything to the right of that will work away also, so he's got to be very precise with his line here.
Yeah, very difficult putt from this angle here. Needs to be a little careful with the speed as well. As you say, can get away from you once it gets past this hole. Very nicely done there. Perfect lag.
Jason Day 1 under on the day through 4. Now Tommy Fleetwood, you mentioned it, has got just inside of 6 feet for his par putt.
Should move slightly to his right. Don't think he needs to give away the hole here, though.
That's a nice up and down there for Tommy Fleetwood. Didn't deserve a bogey after the good tee shot.
For Phil Mickelson, we talk a lot today about the Jordan Spieth experience. Really, it was the Phil Mickelson experience. He would hit the ball different places, and he would show off his short game and try to get up and down. And here he is again, trying to get up and down from the bunker.
It's crazy to say this. I expected this shot to be a little bit closer. He hit it off an upslope, into an upslope. Now has a little bit of cleanup work left.
Familiar forward press there from Phil. And walks it in the hole.
They will make their way to the 5th. Johnny Vegas through 17 today. 3 under on his round today. 10 under for the championship. Max Homa made a huge leap today, now in 3rd. Matthew Pavone also a great round, 4 back. Luke Donald, maybe the surprise of everyone yesterday. 1 under on his round so far today. Bryson DeChambeau has entered into the top 10 with a 68 today.
And the late starters will have been paying attention to those good scores, and they'll know that it's out there. If you hit some good shots, drive it in a bunch of fairways, you can still get the ball close to the hole, but it's going to take some precise iron shots. As we take a look at our 5th hole, one of those holes that's heavily bunkered left and right, trying to fit something between them off the tee. Leaves a short iron in here to an elevated green. We've got a hole location today cut in the back left corner, one that you really can get close to. You can bring something in right to left, get it to feed back to that hole, and 5th hole will give up some birdies today.
Mickelson will bat lead off here. I can't imagine there are many 55-year-olds who can hit it longer than Phil Mickelson.
I don't know any.
Or 45-year-olds or 35-year-olds.
305 to the bunker on the left. And that's where he's headed. Get down.
Needs a soft bounce in the fairway, and don't know if he got it or not.
He's checking.
Those lefties always screwing everything up, sitting on the wrong side of the box.
They're just so different.
This is left of the bunker. There's path over there. Needs to avoid it.
It's going to be a tough spot over there and leave Jason Day a completely blind second shot. Fairway falls off on that left side.
Bunkering here is absolutely beautiful. And it sets you up at the one on the left. Can't quite cover the one on the right for majority of the players. I think there's a few that can do it.
Now Fleetwood.
And this is at the bunker on the right. 320 to cover it.
That might be right of the bunker.
Yeah, we saw that ball take a couple hops.
Adventurous tee shots here at the 5th for this group. Everyone trying to make the cut and hopefully hoist that on Sunday afternoon. Today's live odds are brought to you by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. The outright winner, Tommy Fleetwood, 60-1. Jason Day, 350-1. Spend $10. Chance to win $3,500 if you bet on Jason Day. Lock in your PGA Championship winner at ESPN Bet Sportsbook right now. New customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. Birdies are what they're after here at Quail Hollow in this group. Trying to avoid bogeys and double bogeys. Mickelson in the bunker. Jason Day went left of that bunker, and Tommy Fleetwood went right of the right bunkers. So the fairway is still clear. Jason Day.
Yeah, just these guys here, just in case. I mean, there's a tree. I just don't want it ricochet. Just go.
Do you need the cross down?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
One of the most polite people around. Jason Day. You can see him trying to clear out some pine straw to get some footing in there.
Dre, is he going to be clear from where he is, or is he going to have to turn something right to left, Jason Day?
I don't think he can turn it enough right to left from over where he is. I think he's going to have to go down, but about 12, 15 feet off the ground in front of him, there are branches.
I was recently having this talk. Golf is a very unique sport where you can see those spectators right there. Those are general admission tickets. You can't get closer access to a professional athlete than in golf.
That's a very good point. It's within touching range, it looks like, of Jason Day right there. They're going to get a first-hand look at his creativity right here.
I can tell you what, I don't care how good this guy is. I'm not standing up the rope all that. I always get a little scared when I see people poking their heads out.
How about when you were playing?
No, I'm a professional.
You got plenty of room. Bunker to the pin. Yep.
The 176, he does have a very clean lie on the pine straw. Just needs to keep this ball down, and he may try to draw it a little bit just to help hood it. And he overhooked it. This is going to be left of the green.
Takes a hard bounce off that left corner, and it's going to leave a difficult third shot.
Stand still, please.
His short game will certainly be tested here at the fifth.
Mickelson 159 now to this back pin location. Very good lie out of this sand. No real lip trouble. I hit this fat. Needs to go.
Comes up short of the right-hand bunker there. And not a good shot there for Phil Mickelson.
And Fleetwood now. Out of the primary rough, shouldn't have any problem getting over the tree. And this came out left on. Needs to land soft.
That too will bound through on that left side and looks to have settled down in the rough. All three players will have their short game tested. Tell from that reaction right there, he knew that ball was left of where he was looking. And he knows that his third shot is not going to be easy.
Brendan, you said this fifth hole could lend itself to some birdies today. Right now, all three of these players are going to have their work cut out to make par and really even save bogey.
It shows the way this golf course is. If you drive it in the fairway, you really can score. It's scoreable from the short grass right now. If you're in the rough, or if you're in the case of Phil Mickelson in that bunker right there, you're working hard, and it's an exacting golf course, and as soon as you're out of position, it can certainly jump up and bite you.
Right now, the current cut line is at +1. 76 players are at +1 or better, and this could move throughout the day, but certainly something to take and keep an eye on with this group.
I would think that cut will probably go to +2 as the day moves along. I was saying +2 or +3 yesterday. There really has been no breeze. It's absolutely dead calm out there right now. We were expecting that breeze to blow in sort of the 10 to 15 mile an hour range, and we just have not got that. So I would say +2 probably is where that cut's going to fall.
Phil Mickelson has walked all the way up to the green to see what he has for his third shot. We are lucky enough to be watching Phil Mickelson and Jason Day, both guys with magical hands in the short game.
Two of the very best, and two of the very best of all time. Two guys that go about it differently, but just wonderful imaginations, and the array of shots that both of them possess.
And even though he has some distance here, fortunately he stayed short of the bunker in the first cut, so that's that cushion that you're talking about, Brendan. And back uphill all the way. Just needs to be precise with where he lands this.
Just trying to drive it in there a little bit lower, get it to skip forward, and that is not very good if you're Phil Mickelson. Did not get the contact he was hoping for.
Mickelson probably would grade that a D at the best.
That would be a D or an F. That is not very good. It was not a difficult shot.
Now this one, from our perspective, Dre, looks difficult.
It's kind of no man's land back there. I think everybody has that X out in their books. Very thick rough, long left of this green. He does not have a ton of green to work with. Everything running away and to the right once it gets there, so he's going to need to throw this up in the air a little bit.
It's just a bad spot there, bad leave with the second shot, and he's going to be working hard to just drop one shot.
Brendan, Tommy has a little better angle here. Didn't get it quite as far into the green, so he's going to have a little more to work with playing up the slope.
How's the lie, Dre? It looked like it dove to the bottom from our angle.
It did. He's rehearsing some big swings. So he saw Jason's ball kind of jump out of it. Kind of similar to what Tommy did on his second shot. The rough just grabbed it and shut the face down. So he's going to have to work hard on pulling that handle through.
Trying to flip it way up in the air, stop it with elevation, and this too is going to run on. Guy's making a bit of a meal of this fifth hole here.
Just thinking, I mean, you want to avoid, those crooked numbers. So at this point right now, you're just hoping worst case scenario bogey.
Yeah, especially if you're in the case of Jason Day right now. He's still chipping, and he's not on the green for 3.
Would not have shocked me to see him pull out putter here, but he is good around the greens. This is makeable, just doesn't want to get too fresh with it. Gets quick past it.
Great attempt there. Took a good look at the left side of the hole.
It's so much fun to watch these guys up close pull off shots like that.
Jason Day is able to minimize the damage, makes bogey here at 5, drops back to even par on the round. +2 for the week, and currently just outside that cut number.
You know who else is just outside that cut number? Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele. Two huge favorites coming in.
A couple big names that would really like to go out and play a good round of golf, not only to be around for the weekend, but to put themselves back into contention and get back into this tournament.
Now Mickelson to try to save his par.
Not a whole lot to this. Fairly straight back up the hill. Maybe curl a little bit.
E2 will drop a shot here at the 5th. Second bogey of the day for Mickelson. Fleetwood has already made a couple of putts to save pars in the first 4 holes. A longer one here to save his par.
Yeah, 13.5 feet. These are not the putts that you want for par all day long. These can wear you out. Gonna have to play this outside the right edge, and as it starts to turn left, starts going downhill.
Again, he does it. Wow.
Nicely done there for Tommy Fleetwood. And that one went in with some speed. Nice to see.
What an awesome angle here. Think the fans will like it?
They should. Beautiful roll.
All right, just a short par 3 here at the 6th.
Just a little one, just a little chip down the hill. 252 yards, that's all. But it does play down the hill, so not quite as bad. And well, it doesn't get any easier when you get up to the green. That thumbprint that guards the front there, anything that lands into that's going to turn around and come off the front. You need to fly something over the top of that. Landed about 7 yards into the green surface. Do have a flagstick that is accessible over there on the left side. You ideally want to try and hit some sort of high draw to get it close.
So what club goes 250 with a high draw and stops?
One that's not in my bag, unfortunately.
I don't know many players who have that in their bag. Fleetwood's like, nope, not a wedge.
Hey.
Yep, head cover coming off.
What was the highest lofted wood you played, Brendan?
I never had anything higher lofted than a 5-wood, Dre, and I know that's changed nowadays with 7-woods and 9-woods that are being played. How about you?
I had a hybrid pretty much that was 20 degrees. It's as much as I had, but I'm assuming this is gotta be about a 5-wood for Tommy. Back into a slight breeze, mostly out of the left though.
That will help this shot a little bit, Dre. The fact that they are slightly back into the breeze. Help get that ball come down a bit softer.
This tee is elevated 9 paces above the green surface, adjusted to 243.
Teeing it up on that right side shows me he's trying to play a cut.
He did. It is overcutting. Still at the right half of the green though. Needs to go.
Just short. Lots of green to work with.
Maybe Took just a little bit too much off that.
Now Mickelson, what kind of shape will he play here?
I'm thinking he's going to throw it up in the air and fade it. And that's what he's doing. This is just left of the hole.
That's way short.
Sounded a little surprised, but that comes up about 30 yards short.
Yeah, wind has switched though. It's no longer out of the left, dead back into the players currently.
An iron here for Jason Day.
This ball may be a little more penetrating with the iron. That may help out into this breeze. Got to get it at least 7 paces onto this green. There's a little bowl up front that will collect the ball off that front edge, and it just continues to roll away from the hole. Starting at the center and fading right. Needs to hold its line or it will kick right off the green.
Gets through into that first cut on the right side. Going to leave a difficult second shot for Jason Day.
He did hit that iron through the wind, through the green, and it will be a difficult up and down at the nice short par 3 sixth.
We'd like to recognize our champion.
It is my honor to present to you
the player who beat the strongest field in golf,
the coveted PGA Championship.
It's my great pleasure to present to you
the Wanamaker Trophy as the PGA champion.
Here at the 6th, 8 birdies at this difficult par 3, and you see where these tee shots ended up. You know, talking about the Wanamaker Trophy, I spoke with Jeff Sluman, who won this championship in 1988. It was his first career win on the PGA Tour, and I asked him what was it like winning, and he said, honestly, when I got to hold the trophy, I just saw the names, and I'm like, oh my gosh, my name is going to be on this with these people. As Mickelson, he's got his name on the Wanamaker Trophy, not once, but twice.
This might be the easiest shot out of the 3. Straight back up the slope here for Phil. Pretty good, but he's still going to have some work left.
And leaves that one underneath the hole. It's going to leave a big breaker, though, for his par. See there, Phil, just not really comfortable. A lot of rehearsals with that left arm. Just not feeling great with the golf swing.
What does Tommy Fleetwood have to navigate here?
It's slightly uphill the entire way, but it is going to break a lot to the left. We're talking 8 feet or so.
By the way, sorry, Dre, Johnny Vegas just made a double bogey at the 18th, so he finishes the day at 8 under, which, when you consider it, it's still 1 under on his round. Fleetwood with putter. That was pretty good.
Yeah, very good there. Leaves it underneath the hole, just inside of Phil Mickelson's.
Now this shot for Jason Day, this has got to be pretty high degree of difficulty.
It's quick. He's got a lot of green to work with, but it is all sloped away from him and breaking left. Out of this first cut, probably not going to be able to get a ton of check, but enough to slow it down. Needs to land it probably about 5 feet on.
He did.
Yeah, this is nicely done here. Very good from Jason Day. Inside of 4 feet for the par.
After stepping away from playing the game for a while, Brendan, I was looking at that line and I was like, this is scary.
Sometimes it's really nice, Dre, to be sitting around talking about other guys doing it.
When you're playing and you're playing at your best, is there ever a shot where you're like, I can't pull this off? Or do you always have the confidence?
I would say 99% of the time you have the confidence. There's the odd shot that'll still scare you, even if you're playing at your best.
Mickelson to save a par.
Hooking a little bit for him, just split that left edge. I think that's the perfect read.
Make sure you keep that speed up.
Oh no.
Whoa.
And in another sport, we call that a balk.
Surprised how quickly he got back in there and hit it, but safely in for 3.
Now Tommy Fleetwood, after that really good long putt from off the green.
That double bogey by Jonathan Vegas had to give a lot of people in the field a little eye-opening that they're still right in this. You just got to keep on staying patient.
That's exactly what it did. Well done by Fleetwood. He's got that putter working today.
He's looking very confident with the flat stick in his hand. 5 straight pars after the opening bogey.
I just have a sneaking suspicion that by the end of today, we're going to see a guy by the name of Scotty Scheffler within about 4 shots of the lead.
I would say he is officially lurking right now.
He's at 3 under right now for the championship, 1 under through 3 holes, as Jason Day is trying to save a par here. It would be an impressive up and down at the 6th.
This is ticklish. How aggressive do you want to get with this?
And you're Jason Day. He says, whew, I'll take it. That was pretty good from where all those tee shots were to walk away. All three guys with pars. All right, so as we go to the 7th, this par 5. Usually, Brendan, this is a scoring hole, but for Phil Mickelson yesterday, this was the beginning of a nightmare.
Well, we always hear that golfers should have a short memory. Phil Mickelson really needs to have a short memory. Cannot think about what happened yesterday.
That ball, that tee shot went out of bounds. It wasn't just over in the penalty area. It was out of bounds, and then this putt, look at how far past it he went. So the comebacker for double bogey. And you talked about it. He had a different putter in his hand yesterday. And he has switched. That was the end of a treacherous 4-hole run that saw 3 bogeys and a triple. 6 over in 4 holes here at probably the easiest hole on the golf course for scoring purposes.
Yeah, you touched on it. It's one of those holes where you stand on this tee box and you're thinking 4. You really want to make a birdie here. If not, give yourself a chance to make 3. If you drive it in the fairway, you can reach the green with just a mid-iron. You've got a hole location that is difficult to get close to today. There's a massive slope that takes the ball down to the front right corner of the screen. You need to fly something into that slope and get it to bounce back to get it close to this hole. We have already had 3 eagles today at number 7. Excuse me, this week at number 7. 95 birdies, and as you were saying, one of the easiest holes on the golf course.
Just to put it into perspective, this hole today is playing 552. The 9th hole, the par 4, is playing 520. Well, at a par 5, you'd expect a bit of a backup, which is the perfect time to tell you about the PGA Junior League, which is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJRLeague.com. And I know we talked about it briefly yesterday. Now that we have some time, the PGA Junior League Championship, which is like the Little League World Series of golf. These kids last year, the format was a 2-man scramble, right? Andy North on the broadcast said if you take any 2 PGA Tour players, have them play from their tees, and have a 2-man scramble against these kids playing from their tees, he said these kids will win.
Wow.
That's how good they are. Like, it is. When I say you will watch it and just be in disbelief, Tony Finau's son plays in it. And when you're 10, 11, 12, you have that discrepancy in the height and the weight. I mean, Tony Finau's son is like 6'1". His teammate and partner was like 4'8" and 75 pounds. And the kid had a hole-in-one, and Finau's son picked him up. It was awesome.
Andy North is a man that's seen a lot of good golf, so I'd trust him if he says something like that. It's a bold statement.
It was, and the thing is, what was incredible was he said it, and then he said it again. He goes, I'm not kidding. Like, these kids, what they're doing is so impressive, and their short games are like magical. Like, it kind of looks like Tommy Fleetwood and his caddy Ian Finnis. I spoke to Ian about that, and I said, you know, how tall is Tommy? He goes, whatever he says he is. I say he's not that tall.
Just a little back up here on the 7th tee. Reachable par 5.
Hello, you're on TV. They knew it right away. All right, so that double bogey for Vegas, still 1 under today. So 8 under for the championship. Pavone 2 back. Hisatsune, he's having a good round. 3 under through 6. 6 under for the championship. Max Homa went low today. 7 under with a 64. Luke Donald 1 under on the day. And there's Scotty at 3 under through 3 holes. Bryson DeChambeau put his name back in the hat.
Bryson making Quail Hollow Club look like a bit of a pitch and putt. Hit some massive tee shots out there today. Was hitting wedges into some of the longest par fours, and he played a round that he needed to and got himself right back into the middle of this tournament.
It really is remarkable. Bryson DeChambeau, I can tell you a fun story about him. The transformation in his personality and how people view him is remarkable. And he went and spoke with some of the kids from the first tee of Charlotte this week, and one of the kids asked him, and he said, you know what, he said, in 3 years you learn a lot. And I learned, you know, I didn't have all the answers. I need to listen more than I need to speak.
What do they say? If you're the smartest guy in the room, you're in the wrong room.
11 yards elevated tee here, 271 adjusted to the bunkers on the left. This is up the right edge of the fairway. Looks like it should hold.
Just needs a straight bounce, and gets it. Gets a soft bounce as well. That'll be fine.
All right. Exercise the demons.
Dre, do you trust that fade here if you're Phil Mickelson? You aim it down the right side and let it cut.
I'll tell you what, if you aim it down the right side, it better cut. There's a lot of guys that are hitting that shot, just trusting that they're going to do that with driver. Back into a little breeze. And this is cutting towards the bunkers. May need a little kick right.
Darn it.
Oh, got lucky. In and out of the bunker.
Great break there. And that's going to be absolutely fine. It's a little ramp through that first bunker. There's that fairway cut between the two.
That was like hide and go seek, peekaboo.
Jason also likes to fade this driver, just looking at that bunker on the left. He can get it there even with the breeze in his face. He's just trying not to overcut this ball with that penalty area lurking along the entire right side of this hole.
Trying to get it to cut, and it's not cutting. Just catches the left side rough, and I think that'll be okay. It looked like that ball settled into a good spot.
That volunteer was trying to have some fun with people. Oh, it got me. Well, we talked about the PGA Junior League. You might be a bit too young, but you know what? They do roll down the hill at Williamsport. Roll down the hill here and get some autographs. That kid's got like 40.
Maintenance compound.
Michael Cartrude is headed to the PGA Championship.
It means everything. I have 2 kids, family. To be able to qualify for a major championship, it's an honor, and it's also something I've worked for my whole life. 4 years ago, we're trying to make it on the Latin Tour. Now, fast forward, I'm a Class A PGA professional, and I'm lead assistant at the Bears Club, and super proud of where I'm at, and to qualify for a major is great. My wife is so supportive of what I do and my dreams and my goals. I'm so thankful for her constant effort to push me and to make me better and support me through everything. It's great.
The Corebridge Financial Team, the 20 players, PGA of America professionals. Tell you what, Michael Cartrude, he earned that spot by winning a 4-for-1 playoff. A look at the leaderboard for those players. Right now, it is Dylan Newman, Tom Johnson at +4. But Michael Cartrude, he got a chance to play a practice round with Rory McIlroy on Wednesday. And I said, what was that tee shot like on the first hole? He goes, I couldn't even feel my body.
Such a thrill for those guys getting to play in a major championship, and it's so hard to, I mean, you're a guy that's working long hours, you're taking care of the books, you're folding shirts in the shop, and now you step out and you're trying to play golf with the best players in the world. So difficult to do, and just, as I say, a realization of a dream for all of those guys.
Look at the tee walls here at the 7th. Mickelson got a huge break. Jason Day in the rough. As looks like a 5-wood. It's the voice of Ian Finnis, the caddy for Tommy Fleetwood.
If it happens to move that way, it could be perfect, and if it doesn't, we know that that's fine. It's an old one stuff? Yeah. Well, I'm going to hit more of a, like, drill it a little bit. Yeah, well, obviously, I mean, you can't overhit those. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm taking anything off it.
Brendan, this ball sat down in an old divot, so it's going to be tough to get this ball up in the air.
Need to go down and get it a little bit, and typically we'll put a bit more spin on the golf ball.
And 262, right around 235 to get to the front edge of the green. This came out low and left. This is heading towards the crowd.
Needs to hit softly into that slope.
You could see the concern on both Tommy Fleetwood and Ian Finnis. That was the, yelling like please take cover.
And Jason Day now from 257. He's going to need this ball moving to the left pretty hard. I'd expect something similar. That left bunker probably looks pretty good right now because he's going to start this at the water.
Always a scary shot when you've got to start it at the trouble and turn it away from it.
Oh, wow. We'll go up and over, but that was a heck of a shot right there by Jason Day.
That really was. That ball stopped on the upslope, so that should be doable for the third shot. Very, very good indeed.
Now, how about this break for Mickelson?
He's going to be able to take advantage of it, I think. 253 all the way back to the hole. It's probably a similar club to what he played on the last. And the wind has died down on a bit of a downslope, though. Starting this outright, cutting back. This looks really good.
Good shot there for Phil Mickelson. That too will chase just through the back of the green, but should be able to get that ball up and down.
It's still possible, but as he was over that ball, I was thinking this would be so Phil to put it close and have an eagle at this hole after having a triple bogey yesterday.
That would be. I mean, just typical Phil Mickelson. How often we've seen him do it. Don't rule him out just yet.
It really is a roller coaster when you watch him play. You mentioned it earlier, Brendan, but like he's someone who is not afraid to take chances.
And that's the way he's played his entire career. And he's spoken openly about it. I play golf to be a showman, to really give the crowd something to watch. And, well, he's won 45 times on the PGA Tour. So it's something that you're not going to turn your nose up at.
45 times, 6 career majors, 3 Masters, 2 PGAs, 1 Open Championship. Obviously missing a U.S. Open, has had so many close calls there, unable to complete the career Grand Slam.
And when it's all said and done for Phil Mickelson, will go down as one of the greats, probably inside the top 20, I would imagine, of all time. Obviously, what has transpired over the last few years has certainly changed people's view of Phil Mickelson a little bit. But all in all, I mean, as far as just golf goes, one of the all-time special guys out there. Just an unbelievable talent and a knack for the dramatic.
When it's all said and done, will he be in the same light spoken about like a Greg Norman, or a little bit better than a Greg Norman?
Definitely better than a Greg Norman. Obviously, a lot of what Greg Norman did was on a global scale. Won a bunch internationally. Phil has done more so in the States. But yeah, I would say Phil would certainly jump above a Greg Norman. Greg Norman with just the 2 majors, as you said there. Phil has 6 of them.
All right, here are the shots into this par 5. Tommy Fleetwood still 57 yards left to the hole. Of course, whenever you hit one towards the spectators, you're always concerned. What is that feeling like? I mean, knowing that you most likely hit a spectator.
It's a little worrying. You're always a little bit relieved when you get up there and see that you haven't hit anybody, you haven't struck anybody, nobody's hurt. And especially when you hit something like Tommy just did, that low line drive, because that can do some damage.
Trey, have you had a chance to take a look at this?
I have. Tommy has a beautiful lie. Grain is with him on a bit of a downslope. He's got a lot of green to work with, so trying to hit it into the little upslope in the beginning if he wants to drive it in, but if he wants to elevate it, he still has another 35-40 feet of green to work with, so not a bad angle at all right here.
Dre, does he have to go over the corner of the bunker, or is he far back enough where he doesn't?
Yeah, he's far back enough that there's no bunker really that's going to be an issue. But he went all the way up to the green and to the pin location just to kind of see where he wanted. You can't always do that in amateur golf when you're playing at your club, but when you're playing for big stakes like this in a major championship, you're going to take every precaution and go up there and really try to figure out where you want this to land. I don't know if he caught that quite how he wanted to.
Needs to stay up there on the correct level. It should do. He's not going to be overly pleased with that. Did have the opportunity to get that a lot closer.
All right, now Phil Mickelson. Let's see what he can do.
This is the easiest one, straight back uphill.
Another one where Phil wouldn't give himself a good grade.
Yeah, the short game prowess of Phil Mickelson, that's one that he can be thinking about making there. As Dre said, straight up the hill. Now about 4 feet left for the birdie.
Again, very different shot, also a very different approach with Jason Day in the short game.
We're going to see how much he wants to follow through with this. May just be a little stab at it, get the ball to come straight up.
Yeah, nicely done there. Just wanders on a little bit. Have somewhere in that 5-foot range for the birdie.
Fleetwood trying to look at this from behind the hole. The stone wall that runs through the creek here at the 7th hole, it is just absolutely beautiful.
It's a gorgeous hole. It really is. It's some beautiful homes out there on the right side. That creek that meanders down the right and then turns into a bigger body of water right in front of the green, and it really is one of the most picturesque holes on the golf course.
Whenever you speak to someone who comes out here for the first time or plays the course for the first time, this is a hole that's very popular among viewers.
It's my favorite hole on the golf course as we take a look from 26 feet.
Didn't need much more, but a little overly cautious with that one. It will just be a par for Tommy Fleetwood. He will go ahead and clean up and get out of the way.
Dre, why is it your favorite hole?
I just think it's beautiful and a lot of risk reward. If you hit the fairway, pretty much every player in the field can get there, but it's still a daunting task. A lot of different undulations on the green. There's trouble with the penalty area all up the right.
Yeah, it really is a great hole. Doesn't have to be crazy long, just 552 yards for a par 5 today. As Jason Day has this look for birdie. Would be his second of the day.
A little aggressive with that chip shot. If that rolls maybe 3 more feet, that collects down to the front right portion of the green. Now just a inside left putt.
Should have learnt a little bit of something from the end of Tommy Fleetwood's attempt.
There's just no doubt about it on those putts for Jason Day. His second birdie. Back to +1 he goes.
Always marveled at how still he keeps his head through the head of the putt. Takes a lot of discipline to do that.
Now Phil Mickelson just inside of 4 feet for birdie.
Dead center putt right here.
And he's in with a 4.
Rattles that one home.
A 4-shot turnaround from yesterday.
Most improved for Phil Mickelson on the 7th hole.
Now a short par 4. We haven't said that yet.
Not often. 8 today, playing 353 yards. I don't think anybody's going to have the firepower to get to the front of the green, but we will see some drivers trying to push it up there. We have got a very, very tricky hole location on this right side. Kind of sits up on a little knob there, not much green around it. Anything that flies up there next to the hole is going to kick through the back of the screen. Anything that comes up a little bit short is going to turn around and come back towards the front of the green. Also a little false edge off that right side. Just have to be very, very exact with your approach shot.
So with that being said, for this tee shot, are you trying to hit it to a certain number?
The analytics always said that you need to try and push it up there as far as you can. Try and get the ball as close as you can to the front of this green. I, for one, like to try and leave something back there and leave yourself your favorite number as far as a wedge and try and land it there. But I would imagine that we're going to see all three of these guys take driver and get it up there as far as they can.
The analytics don't bring into how you're feeling that day, what club you're comfortable with, what your heart rate is, the human element. This week, 1 eagle, 69 birdies, 5th easiest hole. Again, you hit it in the fairway here. You're giving yourself a really good look at birdie.
Yeah, you are. You're just a short wedge shot in for the second shot. Again, I like that play, but I will guessing that we will see all three guys move it way up there.
Either between the tree trunk and the bunker. Try to get in the bunker or the fairway. That's kind of what it is. Yeah. Yeah, we're okay to hit when they're on, right? I mean, I can't get there. So.
And Shane Lowry up ahead on the green.
Shane's putting from that low area, putting up the hill there. It's become a popular spot as the day's moved along. Very slow putt back to this hole.
He had a tough loss last week. Lost, had a chance on the 72nd hole. Sepp Straka came away with the victory. And always gracious in defeat was Shane Lowry. Brooks Koepka. Back on the tee, here is Mickelson.
325 to that front edge. Heading at that front bunker.
That's what he said to John Yarber. I'm going to try and drive this up there in that front bunker. Didn't quite get there. It should stay on the upslope.
Jason Day also has driver.
Made some swing changes a couple years ago just to kind of put a little easement on his back, but still has the ability to absolutely tomahawk the golf ball. We'll see if it gives it any extra right here.
He's been playing that fade for the most part.
This is really nice up to left center.
That's great there. That's going to leave him a nice angle.
Tommy Fleetwood uses that Fujikara Ventus red shaft, a weaker tip, so a higher launch for a guy who likes to hit the ball low. Gets a little help.
This is piped right up the center.
Another good one there for Tommy.
The 8th hole, a chance to maybe get one back for these guys. They're trying to make the cut, give themselves a chance for the Wanamaker on the weekend. For the PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals, we love this game. Second time the PGA Championship is here at the Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. The 107th playing of the PGA Championship. I tell you what, if we do get to Sunday, I, for one, am hoping for a playoff. And I'm going to tell you why in a second. Right now, the current cut line is +1. 76 players at +1 or better. It's top 70 in ties. Here, though, is why I am rooting for a playoff. If there's a playoff, you go 18, 16, 17, 18.
Well, I mean, that's all you want. You're going to have to stand up there, settle your nerves, and hit some unbelievable shots.
I beg your pardon. I screwed that up. There'd be a 3-hole aggregate score of 16, 17, 18. Now, we saw how hard 16, 17, 18 plays. How cool would that be with the pressure of trying to win a major?
The pressure of trying to win a major, and you've got natural amphitheaters around every single one of those greens. The crowd would be absolutely amazing. It would be fun to watch. Great for the viewers.
Yeah.
Great for the viewers.
Great for the viewers. Great for TV ratings. Not so great for the players involved in that playoff.
That is a lot of pressure-packed shots trying to get through those 3 holes.
Well, all 3 appear to be in pretty good shape for their 40 to 50-yard shots.
Yeah, Tommy's going to be first to play. And getting 4 inches of rain since last Friday. This is a part where it kind of drains down to the corner here on the right-hand side. So it's a little bit soft and a little bit muddy. The average player may have a little bit of trouble maybe catching a little more turf as he's taking a lot of rehearsal swings trying to make sure he knows where the bottom of that club is.
To your point, Dre, how much drier is that golf course today than it was yesterday?
Quite a bit, but there haven't been any mud balls, which has been nice. That was kind of the story yesterday.
Oh, beauty there from Tommy, driving it in there a little bit lower, getting it to skip back there. Perfectly played.
For Fleetwood, he'll have that for his first birdie of the day.
Jason Day is going to be next to play. Probably the most simple shot out of all of them. Doesn't have to cover the bunker at all. Has the entire green to work with. It's a little bit firmer where he is. And this pin sits up on a little plateau in the back right. You're going to have a heck of a time getting it up and down if you go long. I think most players are going to try to get it as close to the pin as possible, but anything beyond it would be a little bit of a surprise.
Similar shot here from Jason, driving it in lower. Doesn't quite get all the way, needs to stay right there.
Oh, man, watch this one come back.
There's just not a lot of room for error short there, maybe 2 paces. Brendan, Phil is going to have a heck of a time. His ball is sitting down, and it looks like it's just in a bird's nest. So there's going to be a bit of a guessing game.
When you said it, Dre, there's no room short of this hole, not a whole lot of room past it either. So if this comes out a little bit too fast, it can quickly get through the back of the green.
Yeah, it's a tough chip from beyond it, too. Just very delicate if you do happen to go through. That is pretty good out of that lie.
Yeah, hangs onto the back of the green. It's going to leave a quick putt there, but keeps it on the correct level. You could hear from that contact there that that ball was sitting less than perfect as that muffled contact comes out with that overspin.
So after all that, there's no doubt that Tommy Fleetwood had the best shot. But we've seen Jason Day roll some putts in already. We'll have a chance here.
This ridge is pretty steep that he is running up for the first half of this putt. It will flatten out. Unfortunate to have this for his birdie look. That ball was so close to just being a tap in, but again, just not much room up on this shelf.
You know, Dre, this 8th green, they've made changes multiple times. Every time they change this green, it becomes a little bit more difficult. The slopes are more pronounced than they used to be.
I don't know if I've ever heard of a change in it becoming easier.
It's a good point.
I like that though on a short par 4. Difficult green undulations.
Again, the speed's so good for Jason Day.
Yeah, absolute perfect holding speed there. Just runs on 6 to 8 inches past the hole. Easy par, but not what he was hoping for after the good tee shot.
Right now, right on that cut line at +1. He's wearing the shoes that kind of remind you of the original Jordan 11s, but they're not.
I'll leave that one to the two
Well,
sneakerheads.
I can tell you right now that Phil's caddy, John Yarbrough, he's wearing a pair of the Jordan 1s, but the Jordan 11s were the patent leather that came out in the 95-96 season. Also, can fill you in that those are Michael Jordan's personal favorites.
I feel educated. Thank you.
You're welcome. All those sneakerheads out there.
Just inside 11 feet now. This is very quick. Cannot get this running too far past the hole with that ridge leading down towards the front of the green. Should break just a little bit to his right.
This for 2 in a row.
He got it. There's the thumbs up. It's amazing the difference. If that ball doesn't go in, that's a different look. It's like, are you kidding me? Goes in, now you're feeling good.
Well, I'm glad we got a smile out of Phil Mickelson there as it just catches the left side of the hole.
Now Tommy Fleetwood for his first birdie of the day.
Looking to get it back to level par on his round and back to red figures for the championship.
And he does.
If you're going to draw up a way to play the 8th hole, it would look something like that.
All right, you go from a short par 4 to one of the longest par 4s you'll see.
Yeah, choke on almost a couple hundred yards to the 8th hole, and you've got the 9th hole here, a tee shot that you'd like to move from right to left. Big fairway bunker guards the right side of the fairway. 2 deep bunkers left and right up by the green, leaving difficult up and downs. We've got the hole today cut on the left side. 15 in, 8 off that left side. Pretty friendly hole location. If you do find yourself out of position off the tee, you can chase it up the narrow throat there up the green. But again, another one of those holes where you stand on the tee, you make 4, you know you're not losing any ground to the field.
Just talking with different players, what they've had in on this hole. I mean, some guys have been like 5 iron, some guys have said 5 wood. All depends on if you get any rollout. And because of all the rain we've had this week, not much rollout here. But Phil Mickelson coming off back-to-back birdies. He's got 3 birdies in his first 8 holes, 2 bogeys, 1 under so far as he heads here to the tee.
I think this should be a par 5 at 520.
I think most of these guys do.
This is right up the left edge. I think this is going to be perfect.
That is perfect. Catches the left side of the fairway. Another good tee shot from Phil.
Do you see that move he's making where he kind of like opens up that front hip?
Getting that front leg right out of the way, giving himself the ability to get through it.
Now Fleetwood.
You want to make sure that you keep it right of those left trees because you can get blocked out. Almost forces you to play over towards that right bunker. 310 to it today. And this is heading at it, trying to draw. It is.
Good now. Beautiful tee shot.
Jason Day going through his rehearsal again, working with Colin Swatton once again, his longtime coach and caddy. He's had 3 top 10 finishes this year alone.
Wind has picked up just a little bit at their back. That's got to be encouraging. This up the left side and fading back towards the center. This is also perfect. 3 good tee shots here at 9.
Well, I mean, you know, with wind at the back, that just makes this hole so easy.
520 playing 515.
With 0 roll? Yeah, that sounds about right. You know what, though? Today, it's round 2 of the PGA Championship from Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. All 3 players in this featured group of Phil Mickelson, Jason Day, and Tommy Fleetwood have been able to put the ball in the fairway. But it's also a special day because we all get to work together. And we've had the chance to spend some time together, and we're taking a look right now at the birthday boy, Andre Gonzalez, who just looks so good in that ESPN hat. I mean, he's just making his way around this golf course.
Floating down the fairway, just floating down that fairway.
You know, the sun has been sneaking behind the clouds just to make his day that much better, because yesterday I think he lost 12 pounds, if I'm not mistaken, of just water weight. And on this day, I think it's only fitting if we say, happy birthday, Dre.
Thank you, boys. No place I'd rather be than right here with you. And even though the temperature may be down, it's still quite humid, so I'm still very damp.
Well, you're looking svelte. It must be all that weight you're losing walking. This is not an easy golf course to walk.
For some people, it's super easy for me.
It's the reason why the hair is up today for Dre. One of the coolest stories that he ever told me. Got to caddy for his college teammate at the Masters.
I bet Dre was one heck of a caddy as well.
I don't know.
Very quick with the numbers.
What do you think Ryan Moore would have to say about that?
I think he'd say that we ran out of balls on the 72nd hole because I was giving them out to kids.
Well, that's a good way to lighten the bag.
We get to the last hole, and he asked me for a new ball, and I told him, that's the newest one you have in your hand right there, partner. He's like, where are all the new balls? I've been giving them to kids. Why are you giving them new balls? Why would they want old balls?
Let's take a look at where these tee balls ended up. All right, let's look. All three really nice at this really difficult par 4. And with this, we're going to say happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dre. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. This is unnecessary, and this is the last thing that I want right now.
How about a cold, wet towel for your head?
This is very welcomed.
Your birthday wish has come true.
Thank you, guys. This is unexpected. I'm not tearing up because I'm working with Brendan, but it's a pretty nice gesture. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Dre.
Thank you, Brendan.
All right, we'll let him wipe his face, use that cold, wet towel to cool down his body temperature as we get ready for the second shots here at the ninth. Tommy Fleetwood, despite a 303-yard tee shot, still has 219 to the hole.
I don't know if this is enough bat. Ian Finnis just gave me the signal that he has a 6-iron. The wind is a little bit behind them out of the left. Ideally playing this towards the center of the green and right of the hole. That's going to leave himself an uphill look.
He's going to have to get all of this, Dre. 204 to the front, slightly up the hill.
Right at it. May need to go.
That one comes up half a club short. That's going to funnel off the front of the green. Right between clubs there for Tommy Fleetwood.
Jason Day next to go from 209.
Day has a little bit of mud on the left side of his ball that has a tendency to want to jump right. Wind is also down out of the left, so that's not real reassuring for him with this mud on it.
Definitely squirting that way.
He played for it, though.
Yeah, and that's going to be okay. That's going to feed back towards the middle of the green.
Luke Reardon will get a chance to clean the ball. And now Mickelson has just 202 left.
Just an absolutely perfect drive here, and for a left-hander, this left cut pin should be able to get something cutting into that slope.
Definitely setting up for a cut.
This looks pretty good if it gets over the bunker.
Oh, and it does. Beautiful shot there from Phil Mickelson.
Lefty's got a chance to make it a hat trick, 3 in a row to close out his front 9. Oh, he says it's the last thing he wants to eat. Wrong. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Andre Gonzalez, from all of us at ESPN. On the 9th hole, Tommy Fleetwood, Jason Day, Phil Mickelson. Mickelson 1 under on the day. Jason Day 1 under on the day. Tommy Fleetwood is even through 8 holes, 1 under for the championship. Really not a ton of low scores out on the course right now. The lowest score is Corey Connors, who's 3 under through 7, 1 under for the championship.
Yeah, getting a little bit more difficult out there. The golf course is continuing to dry out. The greens are getting firmer and firmer. We're starting to see those balls take that big first bounce, and it's getting tough to get the ball close to the hole.
Alex Smalley 2 under today. Smalley has now jumped into a tie for second at 6 under.
Taking full advantage of that opportunity to get in at last minute. Saeed Tagala withdrew right before the event started. Alex Smalley was the first alternate, and well, he's riding that luck.
It's like a John Daly story.
Yeah, it is. It makes you think back to 1991 when John Daly got in right at the last minute. Nick Price withdrew. And that was kind of the coming out of John Daly.
Here's Fleetwood.
Moving to the right the entire way. Pretty good judgment of speed right there.
Well done for Tommy. Should be able to walk that up and tap it in for 4.
Showed a little bit of frustration there, but for 48 feet, once you get it started online, you're like, just hit it. Why didn't I hit it?
Well, Phil Mickelson just moved his mark for Jason Day. The last time we saw that happen, Day was able to drain a birdie putt.
When you get a good putter like Jason, that almost gives him a point of reference, something that he can aim at. And if it happens to go a little bit wide, maybe he can get it to bank back in.
The predictive putting for Jason Day at 33 feet 9 inches.
Pretty flat for the first half of this putt, and then it starts working back uphill and breaking left.
As far as 33 footers go, a very comfortable one here for the right-hander going left. Just carrying a little bit too much speed.
Gave it a try.
He just hits so many high-quality putts that really look like they've got a chance of going in.
The great part about it, Brendan, is that his speed is so good. That just makes the hole just that much bigger. If you're flying past the hole, you have to hit the dead center. If it's not getting there, it obviously has no chance.
Yeah, you're right, Dre. Hits so many putts that finish sort of 6 to 8 inches past the hole. That perfect holing speed makes the hole that much bigger.
Jason Day, a front 9 of 34, 1 under. And now for 3 in a row for Phil Mickelson.
Well, he knows exactly what it does. He got in there and saw the finish of Jason's putt. A cup and a half, maybe even 2 cups outside that right edge.
There it is, 3 in a row.
Another beautiful putt from Phil Mickelson.
Brendan, what do you think about a story developing? He's got 3 in a row. He goes to +6, making a run on the back 9 to try to make the cut.
Justin, I am all for it. I think that would make for some great viewing. Give these people something to watch as well.
Now Fleetwood for his par.
Nicely done.
He goes out even, 35 for Fleetwood. For Phil Mickelson, A great way. What a difference a day makes. Starting at the 7th, he had a triple there yesterday. Today, a birdie. So he takes that momentum and he carries it over to the 8th hole. And at the 8th hole, this putt for birdie.
Actually hit a really good second shot to get it to this point from some thick rough, just short right of the bunker. And a little bit of fortune there. Catches the left side of the hole and falls in.
That was the first real smile of the day we saw from the man they call Lefty, and he follows it up at this difficult 9th hole. The 54-year-old, almost soon to be 55-year-old, 3 straight birdies to go out in 33.
And the good news for Phil Mickelson is that they will be making their way to the par 5 10th next. And par 5 10th is certainly another opportunity to pick up another one. Here we take a look at it. If you can get a ball in the fairway, this hole is reachable in 2. A big bunker down the left side catches a lot of golf balls. Just need to avoid that. Play slightly downhill for the second shot. Trying to get something into the front left corner of the screen would be ideal. Don't want to miss out to the right with where that pin is cut. Leaves a very, very difficult up and down. See there, another one of these green surfaces that's got a lot going on.
One of the easier holes on the golf course. You'd expect that from a par 5. Especially when you have all these par 4s that are 450 plus yards. So 3 in a row and you maintain the honor.
That ball is teed up.
Think he's trying to hit up on this one?
I don't know if you want to. Making the turn right now, the wind is picked up to about 10 miles an hour, straight back into the face of these players. And there is no forecast for rain, but it's starting to spit just a little bit.
That's the Tiger Slayer! Cut, cut! Shoot. Darn it.
It's going to miss over there in the right rough. Probably force a layup.
Now here's Fleetwood.
Tommy too's got this one teed way up in the air. Starts up the right side, moving back towards the middle.
That might be what they're looking for with that high tee, kind of promoting hitting up on it and a draw.
That's a good one there.
If you're into the wind today, 596, probably not getting there in 2.
It's going to take 2 of your best to reach, but Tommy should be able to get something up around the front of the green.
Wind has kind of switched out of the right at the moment.
Jason's been hitting that fade predominantly. Let's see if he tries to turn this one over and ride that wind a little bit. Sticking with it, heading down that left side. It's going to miss left.
One missing left, one missing right, and one in the fairway. Phil Mickelson closing out that front 9 with 3 birdies in a row. You won't see that done by many players this week here at Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Jack Nicklaus. He has won his 4th PGA.
He has taken the torch, and he's running with it. Phil's fanatics rejoice. A phenomenal talent and a major champion.
Just some of the players who have hoisted the Wanamaker Trophy, champions at the PGA Championship. It was Justin Thomas who did it here at Quail Hollow in 2017. Phil Mickelson, 2005 at Baltusrol, 2021 at Kiowa. He's smiling right now. The thumbs up. That started later, right? That was like 2019, 2020, 2021.
Yeah, that was definitely later in the career, the thumb up, and it's he certainly stuck with it. As we see his ball there in the pine straw, looks like it may have settled down a little bit in the pine straw. Not a great lie.
It's not a bad one though, Brendan. The issue is that I have seen the biggest chunk of mud that I've seen all week on the right side of his ball. It's on the right, typically wants to go to the left, and he needs to hit a big hook here.
Dre, is he going to be able to get clean on the back of it?
Yes. I don't think he's going to have an issue. Just he's going to need to keep it down and almost hit something hooded to get around the trees in front of him.
We're getting a good close-up look of that chunk of mud that you're talking about.
Looks almost like a piece of the cupcake that Dre just had. Good news is, this being a par 5, you can just get yourself in a position to be there in 3.
Yeah, definitely. Just get something down the fairway, leave it to a number that you like. A very accessible wedge pin over there on the right side. But Phil being Phil, he might try something, try and chase it up around the front of the screen.
You know what? It's like basketball, heat check time. Brooks Koepka on the green.
I will say this, listening to the conversation of Phil, he's engaged in this round. He certainly believes that he can do something special and make this cut. The self-belief has never left him.
I think with how much he needs to hook this ball, the mud may not do a lot.
It is not looking good for Koepka to make the weekend here in Charlotte. All right, Mickelson with an iron.
You could see how he hovered that iron above the pine needles there, was scared to ground the club.
Now Tommy Fleetwood with some lumber. Fleetwood 288. This has got to be, if he's going for it, a 3-wood.
288 to it, but it's only 268 to the front edge, and it does play down 7, so I think he has plenty of bat. Anything at the left side of the screen is going to be ideal. That's where he's headed, towards the left green side bunker.
Coming up way short.
Yeah, that'll be just fine, though. He's going to be chipping up straight up the slope there of the green, and that's your miss. That's exactly where you need to hit it.
Well, it's so much fun watching Tommy Fleetwood swing, and he has a follow-through that's not like many others. For more on this, let's check in once again in Frisco, Texas with Joe Hallett.
Justin, Brendan, you are exactly right. And I don't know how many parents and how many instructors have looked at their juniors and go, do that Tommy Fleetwood thing. You know, an easy way to look at it is on the backswing. he makes the letter L, especially in his scoring irons. He's got his forearm here, the club up there. Then on the follow-through, he matches it on both sides. So what you see when Tommy gets in that scoring area, which for all of us it's a little bit different, but maybe in that 100 to 150 yards, if he can take it back so he makes the letter L and goes through and holds the letter L, he's going to be El Campeón eventually.
Very well played. I like it. He is trying to win for the first time. This is what we're talking about. That was, not quite. I mean, that was inside of 50 yards. But just all of his irons, it's as if he just throws his hands at the ball so well.
Very, very compact. Not much that can go wrong. As we see a full follow through there from Tommy. But yeah, he gets the club into a wonderful position, and it's a strong, stable position. And that's why he hits so many high-quality iron shots. The strength of his game is the approach play, typically one of the very best in the world. And yeah, you just expect Tommy Fleetwood to hit the short irons in there nice and close, and he typically does.
I think it was Tommy Fleetwood 2018 U.S. Open or 17 U.S. Open where he kind of put himself on the map where you're like, man, this guy, he's going to win a ton out here.
It really is such a surprise that he's still looking for his first victory on the PGA Tour, and I'm one of those guys that firmly believes that Tommy Fleetwood's first victory could be in a big tournament like this.
Well, here's Phil Mickelson able to get it to the first cut with 158 remaining.
Brendan, I would think that anything right of this pin, even if it's on the green, is a bit of a miss. Just trying to kind of get it somewhere left of it around pin high where he can leave himself an uphill putt.
Yeah, to your point, Dre, anything right is absolutely dead. You've got no chance from on the right side. The entire green slopes from right to left. So, as you say, look for Phil to hit something 15, 20 feet left of the hole.
And fading this in, and this is right of it.
That is a bad mistake there. It really is. Not a good spot at all, and he knows it. You can see there hanging his head. It is going to test all of the short game powers that he has.
After 3 straight birdies, a couple of mishits here at the 10th, where you would think he'd have a great chance to make it 4 in a row. Now, third shot for Jason Day.
From 88 yards, this is where Jason is phenomenal. Stays very wide and just pulls through with his body, keeping it wide on the follow through.
A good solid shot there from Jason. You can see wanted nothing to do with the right side, and he's going to be putting straight up the hill from there.
Look at Tommy Fleetwood walking all the way up to the green again. Dre was referencing this earlier. If you're playing at your local club, you shouldn't do this. The problem is the local club members watch these guys do it on TV, and we all think they're as good. So then we see these guys now doing it at their local club. You're like, oh, come on, man.
It's not a good look for the guys at the local club to be doing this, especially when they're missing their landing areas by 30 or 40 yards.
Well, if you can get ahead of your group like Tommy did, it's not that big of a deal. Trying to pitch this about halfway between him and the hole onto the green and have it release up. Yes.
Oh, useful there, Tommy, useful.
With some mud on it, too.
Cool little shot there, driving it in nice and low, getting it to bundle forward.
We all want to see the super flop, don't we?
Yeah, we do, off that tight lie down there. Great time for Phil to show off.
I honestly think that's the putt he has to hit. and really bank hard to the right if he were to drive something in there. And this is what he's known for, just on a slight upslope. That's going to help him with this shot.
I don't think we're going to see a drag going real square.
I don't think so either, but we can always hope.
It was a good tease.
This is so good.
Fancy pants.
Oh, so good. That's such a difficult shot from down there.
Why? What about that? I mean, the fact that you had that reaction just says how good it was, but why?
So if that ball lands about a couple feet short of where it does, it can come right back to his feet. Anything that's going at the hole with any kind of speed goes 20, 30 feet by. Just an absolute gem of a shot there from Phil Mickelson. And that's coming from some tight, wet Bermuda down there on that right side of the green.
Jason Day looking at this putt. Just inside of 19 feet for a birdie.
Didn't get too aggressive with this wedge shot, just staying patient, playing to the fat part of the green. I think Phil's shot may have had a little influence on that. But leaving himself a pretty good look here. Up the hill and moving to the left.
Just another really good putt by Jason Day. Just perfect speed.
You said it again, rolling at the hole like it's got that intent to go in. Perfect holding speed. Every single putt he hits looks like it has a chance to go in. He thinks he's made it, just breaks a little more than he thought.
Brendan, everybody always says you want to hit the ball so it's 18 inches past the hole. It feels like he's doing that on every putt.
You're exactly right. The holding speed is absolutely ideal. And, you know, we talked about it a lot yesterday, the stress-free pars, the ability when you have your speed control dialed in on the greens, that you can just walk up there. You don't have to stress over the next one.
For Tommy Fleetwood, this would get him to 2 under for the championship. 6 back of Johnny Vegas. Alex Smalley is at 7 under.
Just an update on Rory McIlroy, birdied 7 and 8 to move back to even par for the tournament.
As big of a story as there was yesterday was the playing of McIlroy and Schauffele. Oh, and a big miss right there for Tommy.
He's got that putt started a little bit too wide, and obviously a missed opportunity.
Just a bit of a letdown right there.
Yeah, after such a good third shot.
Now this would be a heck of a 5 for Mickelson. To keep that positive momentum going.
Man, Brendan, I would have said anything inside of 8 feet was going to be really good, but inside of 4, what a shot that was.
I'm with you, Dre. It's hard for us to describe just how good that was. There's so much trouble from over there on that right side, and Phil just stood up there and made it look really routine. And when you hit a shot that good, you've got to pay it off and make the putt.
Disappointed that he goes to a par 5 and makes a 5, but all said and done, he avoids losing a shot, carries something positive after that 4th shot.
Yeah, he'll still feel like he's got a little momentum on his side right there. The fact that he was able to make that difficult up and down. As we see Fleetwood just finishing out for the par.
So 3 pars to open up the back 9 with this group of Fleetwood, Day, and Mickelson.
Well, they're going to make the short walk over to the 11th tee. This is an awkward tee shot here. You can see their dog leg right to left. The tee kind of sets you up at those left bunkers. We see a ton of golf balls end up over there. You'd like to move something from right to left, get it feeding down that hill, get a little bit of cheat yardage. Green here sits up above the fairway, 5 yards up from the middle of the fairway, and we've got such a difficult hole location on that right side. No bunker trouble, but there is a false side over there on the right. Anything right of that hole can feed down there, leaving a difficult chip. And now this is not an easy par 4.
Mickelson still maintains the honor.
We talked about it yesterday. These bunkers kind of force you out to the right, and that fairway angle does run out of room.
Phil's been hitting that high cut shot. That would be ideal here.
That's exactly what he did. He may need to cut just a little bit more and get a ground fade.
He got it.
He's like hit the right edge.
Is it?
No.
Tommy teeing it up on that far right side, Dre, trying to give himself a good angle around the corner.
I like that. There is a tree, a big oak through the fairway on the right edge of the first bunker that he's got to be looking at. Just started at it and drawing to the left. Needs to go.
Oh, perfect now. Gets a good straight hop. Hangs onto the left side of the fairway.
Now Jason Day going through that rehearsal.
Got that ball moving left on the last hole. You just have to erase that memory here.
He too taken to that far right side.
This is way up in the air. This is left of the bunkers.
There's a little bit of room over there, but might have to maneuver something from right to left for his second shot.
As these guys are on the back 9, trying to make something special happen here and make it to the weekend at the 107th PGA Championship. All right, well, we talked about Rory McIlroy just moments ago. Brendan, you mentioned back-to-back birdies for McIlroy. It began at the 7th, able to hold that long one for a birdie. That was his second birdie of the day. Excuse me, I'm sorry, that was at 2. This now at 7.
Yeah, hit 2 good shots just through the back of the 7th green. Not a difficult chip shot. Able to get that one up and down.
And then nice little escape shot at 8.
Yeah, this may have been the best of the 3. Well left off the tee, but left himself a nice angle. And controlled that nicely.
He would go on to make that, but maybe the bigger story right now, obviously, is Scotty Scheffler making a run. He's 2 under, so he's 4 back. But Xander Schauffele, the defending champion, last year won at Valhalla 21 under. He has a consecutive cuts streak of 63, longest active on tour. Right now, he's outside the cut line.
He's in some serious jeopardy for not being around for the weekend. As we speak, he's currently in the left rough on the 9th hole in a difficult spot.
In left or right? Yes. It's got to be calls 8. I don't think I get 9 there, do you?
Back to our group.
Calls 8 would be 75. Want to play 67. Probably don't have much hurt, so maybe just a fraction off it. Yeah. I'm sorry. It's going to be 65. What do I want to hit? Oh, okay. So I can go ahead and hit it. Touch. Sorry, thank you. My total was what, 73? 73. Yeah, just a little bit left to right. Perfect. I can be aggressive with Pels at 65. Let it draw. Okay, I like that.
170 for Phil, playing up probably about 3 paces. I think that would just cancel out off of a downslope. It should just deal off that club a hair. Wind slightly out of the left.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Turn back the clock for Phil Mickelson here in round 2.
Well, he said it, Justin. He's fully engaged. He feels he can do something special, be around for the weekend.
He's trying to post that low round. He's got 4 birdies on the day, 2 bogeys. You wonder how many birdies does he have in him today? Jason Day next to play.
Best angle to this pin. Even though he's in the rough, he's got a very nice slide. Just needs to land this on the front portion. Not going to have a whole lot of spin coming out of here.
Watching it closely, comes down a little left of it. Okay, no problem there. Right into the heart of the green.
Brendan, Tommy Fleetwood could not have placed this in a better spot.
Beautiful tee shot down that left side, and you said it, Trey. That angle to that right flag from the left is absolutely perfect.
He's on a flat plateau also. If that ball's 2 yards to the left, it's going to collect down into that bunker. So fortunate that it didn't do that.
I think that shot line's gone over too low. 50 shot with a wedge. The shoulder's 9.5. You know what? Still try and hammer it there, yeah? A little down slope. As long as you got a strong flight at the pin. Yeah? Just don't kill it.
And Dre, this is his bread and butter. We typically expect him to get this in there nice and close.
That it is 155. Probably looking to pitch it right around 150.
Starts just right of it, turning towards it, and oh no, just another weak iron shot out to the right for Tommy Fleetwood.
He had those 2 L's that we heard Joe Hallett talk about on the backswing and the follow through right there. Well, don't forget you can watch all 4 feature groups plus our feature hole coverage on ESPN Plus. So much going on here for this PGA Championship here on ESPN Plus. Brooks Koepka, Ricky Fowler, Shane Lowry, Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler, John Rahm, Patrick Cantlay, Matt Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick is at 4 under. Rahm and Cantlay making little runs here today. And of course, 16, 17, and 18. What a difficult stretch of holes to close out a championship. And what a great shot again in there by Phil Mickelson. You can see him in there nice and tight inside of 4.5 feet. A chance for his 4th birdie in his last 5 holes.
And that's a couple really high quality iron shots that we've seen from Phil Mickelson, both back at 9 and 11. Those not easy shots there when he went with the high fade at 9 and then the nice little draw here into the 11th hole. So feeling comfortable enough to move the ball around.
Phil's got to be licking his chops right now too, knowing that he's got this pretty gettable birdie look. He's got a drivable par 4 coming up, par 5. He still thinks he's right in this.
I'm with you, Dre. The body language, the chat between him and John Yarborough are fully engaged. He wants to do something special.
This was a poor miss here by Tommy Fleetwood. It's a pretty straightforward chip, but the last 5 feet of it to the hole starts running away from him.
It's just what we're not used to seeing from Tommy Fleetwood. We expect the mid to short irons for him to just be knocking them in there close, knocking down flag sticks, and just hasn't been the case today.
Even though it does get quick in the last 5 feet, this is a pretty basic little bump and run. This is very makeable.
Let's see if he can make up for the poor iron shot with a little bit of short game magic.
That will be left for his par.
Well, this ridge that runs from left to right on the screen, Jason didn't quite crest over it. So he's going to have to deal with it. Should break a little bit right at the beginning and then back to the left. It's going to break more left than it is right. So maybe a cup outside of that right edge is where he's looking. This is really going to test his speed, though.
He's had really good speed all day long, especially on these lag putts. And it continues.
That will be a 4 for Jason Day. Will remain at +1.
Brendan, you mentioned yesterday that patience is going to be the biggest key in this, and that's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to just keep thinking that he's hitting good putts, and they're going to start falling.
No, you're exactly right, Dre, and he's coming to a part of the golf course where there are some opportunities to pick up a couple, both at 14 and 15. That's exactly what's on the mind of Phil Mickelson here. If you go ahead and knock this one in, a couple opportunities at 14 and 15 and sneak another one somewhere else, might find yourself with a tee time on Saturday morning.
And I don't know if many people after a 79 in the opening round would have thought that the soon-to-be 55-year-old would have that want to go out there and do that to get to the weekend.
Well, I don't think anybody's shocked by it. This guy has the ability to go low, and he loves the theatrics.
That was a confident stroke right there. 4th birdie in his last 5 holes. He's now at +5.
I was fortunate enough to have a first-hand view of watching Phil Mickelson shoot 63 around this golf course, and it could have been 5 or 6 shots better. So,
really,
as Dre says, knows how to take it lower here at Quail Hollow Club.
You think he could have shot sub 60 that day?
Without a doubt. Had it 9 under through 11 holes and missed a couple short putts, it could have been something really special.
Wow. Fleetwood for his par. He remains at 1 under for the championship.
They're going to make their way over to the 12th hole, which is just a cool par 4. My favorite look off the tee. As we take a closer look of it, you hit through a chute of trees here. Like to move the ball from left to right, slightly down the hill. Then we come to what is just a typical Quail Hollow green right here. A huge ridge that bisects the middle of it. Anything in that lower section, pretty easy flag stake. Anything in the back, very, very difficult. And again, it's one of those exacting iron shots. You don't want to come up too short because you'll find that false front. The ball will feed some 30 to 40 yards back down the fairway. Just a beautiful looking par 4.
I agree. This is one of those, you get onto the tee and you're like, man, this is a beautiful hole.
It's just wonderfully framed. Big oaks left and right. It tells you exactly what shot you need to hit.
Mickelson in that familiar spot of leading off here on the tee.
The oak trees guarding the left and the right of this fairway just make it look like a narrow little chute from an elevated tee. One of the more intimidating tee shots on this backside here at Quail Hollow Club.
Nobody on the golf course has a better round going than Mickelson.
Wind down and just a touch out of the right. Fading back towards the center. He's going to like it.
Absolutely hammered down the middle.
It was a quick pickup of the tee. He knew exactly where that was going.
I don't know if there's anybody that's more fun to watch in the game when he's playing well than Phil, because he plays into the crowd. Posture changes a little bit. He starts walking around like, here, hold my beer, watch this.
Oh, that chest is puffed out right now.
This is good up the right side of the fairway.
Yeah, the talent, Bruce.
That ball didn't move a yard in the air. If you can aim straight, you can play that one.
I feel like you knew a little something about that, Brendan.
Maybe once or twice in my life, Trey.
Now Jason Day 1 under on his round.
Brendan, you just wonder if he's putting any extra pressure on his ball striking, the fact that he hasn't really gotten a whole lot of putts to fall.
Yeah, it's a good point, Dre, but you mentioned it back on the last screen. He's been very, very patient, not trying to force the issue. Continues to hit to the fat side of the greens. He knows that there's some birdies in front of him.
Starting up the left side, and it is drawing.
It is 3 in a row that he has missed out to the left, and he's going to need to get a little bit fortunate over there.
Phil Mickelson right now, he's chasing the low round of the day. He's chasing the cut line. He is at +5. The cut line is at +1. great look around the Queen City of Charlotte, North Carolina. Next May, the PGA Championship heads back to Philadelphia, a Wanamaker Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. Tell you what, last week, Philly Cricket Club. Next year, a Wanamaker. There's some good courses out there. Last week, I think it was Tony Finau, while playing at the Philly Cricket Club. He said, you know, man, I'd love to come up this area more often. You take a 150-mile radius, so that goes up towards the New York City area, down towards the DC area. He's like, there are some great courses. There are some phenomenal courses there.
There are so many phenomenal golf courses, and there's so many great courses that people have not heard of that they would love to get the ability to watch and see. I know just in that area there, you have Rolling Green very close by. You know, we mentioned Wanamaker, Philly Cricket Club. Obviously, we're not too far from Pine Valley there. The golf courses, Marion, right there. There's just so many. You just wonder why we don't see more golf in the Northeast.
And Jason Day, he drove it way left. And just trying to figure out what kind of a shot does he have here for his second at the 12th.
Needs to keep this down about 50 meters in front of him. Yards, I don't know why I said meters. Got it down and it up.
Must have been the accent that you were distracted by from Brendan.
Tough for us to tell exactly where that ended up, Trey.
I think maybe in that bunker. Maybe 2 meters down. Tommy Fleetwood's got 126 left this hole.
Plays up just a couple yards, but he's got a backstop back left of this hole. Probably has 10 paces behind it.
I just don't feel you can take me off it. Just 18 to the front, innit? 5 on 23. Normal, decent, innit? What do you think?
Brendan, you have to make sure you get this up on top there. Anything that lands short will spin off.
I was going to say, Dre, ideally you'd like to land this right around the hole. Let it take that big first bounce to the backstop and then feed back. As you say, you want nothing to do with short. The front part of the screen is very severe.
126 playing up a couple to 128.
Great angle from this right side.
Did exactly what you guys said.
And that's going to continue to feed back closer to the hole. Well drawn up and good execution from Tommy Fleetwood.
All right, Phil Mickelson, after a phenomenal tee shot of 323 yards, has just 121 left.
He's been striking the ball nicely all day. Should be taking dead aim with a wedge in his hand.
The blueprint is right there for him. Do exactly what you just saw from Tommy Fleetwood. Don't mess with the front part of the screen. Fly it to the hole.
Just a slightly tougher angle here from the left side of the fairway, but with a short iron in.
Short-siding himself in the bunker. He can't believe it.
Such a bad miss there, and that's going to leave an incredibly difficult bunker shot.
You knew right away he didn't like it. There was no club twirl. You can see him watching it closely.
He missed his area there by a good 6 or 7 yards, and just hoping that it was going to miss the bunker. And well, as I say, it's going to leave such a difficult shot now for his third.
Alex Smalley on the course at 6 under through 13. Ryan Gerard 6 under through 6. Matt Fitzpatrick, a U.S. Open champion. Scotty Scheffler, there he is, top 10. How about the play of Alex Noren, just coming back last week? Here he is at 4 under through 13. Bryson went out earlier today, 3 under. And you said it before we showed the highlights, but Rory McIlroy is at 3 under on the day, even for the championship, at the par 5 10th. I would not be shocked if Rory shoots a 65-66 today.
And that would have been the goal that he had, to try and get himself back into this tournament. You know, Rory wasn't thinking about making the cut. He's thinking about how he can play his way back into contention going into the weekend.
Now, how about this bunker shot for Jason Day?
Well, he'd rather have that bunker shot than what Phil has. Phil is just disgusted with himself right now after getting up and seeing this lie on a downslope. And Jason Day's is pretty basic. He's down below the surface, so can't see where he's trying to land it, but an uphill lie to an uphill green.
I was just going to say polar opposites as far as bunker shots. This one for the PGA Touring Professional, about as easy as it gets, and that's okay there. I mean, Phil Mickelson's is a 10 out of 10 on the difficulty.
Jason Day not in love with that shot.
Brendan, I go as far as to say that if Phil keeps this on the green, it's a great shot.
Wow.
I'm with you, Dre. Is there any way that he can play out and use the slope, or, I mean,
I just think it is going to gain too much speed. But on a downslope, the ball is sitting down just a little bit in a rake mark. There's not a whole lot of rake marks in there. This is a no-no place to be.
Left it in the bunker. Oh my gosh.
What is happening?
This is unbelievable.
And that might roll off the green. It will.
Guys, let's not forget, he had a triple yesterday at the 7th. He just left it in the bunker. Not once, not twice, 3 times.
Got it out with his fourth attempt out of the bunker, not fourth shot. Phil lies 6.
I've never seen that happen before by a professional. All that momentum gone.
And now still having a chip for his 7th shot.
It may take a second. He's just regathering himself here. He is running hot.
For a guy whose short game has been described as like wizardry,
I mean, this is one of the all-time greats right here in Phil Mickelson. He's 45 wins on the PGA Tour, including 6 majors, and it's just coming unraveled here on the 12th hole.
realistically, you look at Phil Mickelson's body of work. You take out the 7th hole yesterday and this hole today, He's actually in contention.
Very much so. And I mean, just this, that was really hard to watch. All this good work that he's done today. We've been talking about the momentum that he's gathered. He's been in full control of his golf ball. Misses the green with a short wedge. Now has something in the range of 6 feet for an 8.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm in disbelief still.
What happened there, Brendan? Was he just trying to get too cute and just cutting the legs out from under it and going under it, or was he hitting it fat? I couldn't see from my angle.
Dre just with the first one tried to get too cute. We described just how difficult that shot was trying to just dump it out of the bunker with as much spin as he could get. Just didn't fly it quick far enough, and then just quick hit the next couple.
Tommy Fleetwood, oh. In there with a par. And Rory McIlroy has just birdied the 10th, so he is 4 under on his round, 1 under for the championship. So he's tied right now with Fleetwood.
Currently the best round on the golf course for Rory McIlroy. Only player out there at -4 or better.
With Jason Day here for a putt for par, Dre, you said that there was no doubt that his bunker shot was easier than Phil Mickelson's. Turns out it was way easier.
It was way easier. I don't know if it was that much easier. I'm with you. I'm still shocked. But this is a great lead for Jason, straight back uphill.
He just cannot buy one at the moment.
For Jason Day, that's his first bogey since the 5th hole.
There's a leaderboard about 70 yards short right of the screen. Every one of these players studied it for a couple moments.
I'm going to guess, unfortunately, that'll probably be the last leaderboard that Phil Mickelson looks at.
A quadruple bogey for Mickelson. Just saw something I never thought I would see from Phil Mickelson on the golf course.
Well, Phil's going to have to dig really deep for the remainder of this round just to find a little bit of pride. Cut now is certainly well out of his reach, but just try and play for a little bit of pride. And well, it starts here at the par 3 13th. Difficult hole, slightly up the hill now. They've moved this hole, this tee box, excuse me, from the left to the right. You used to walk off the back of the 12th green, make a left turn. Now you make a right turn, and it's become that much more difficult. Plays 5 yards up the hill, and we have a hole location that's extremely tough in that back right corner. Anything that comes up a little bit short is going to feed to the right and all the way off the right side of the green.
You know, I kind of feel like Will Ferrell in Old School. What just happened? I blacked out.
It's almost like Phil just kind of blacked out. He left the first one in the bunker and then just quick hit the next couple. It's almost like he was so disgusted with the wedge shot that he'd hit, he couldn't get over it.
219 adjusted up this hill. If you're going to take this pin on, you have to make sure that you cover at least 6 paces short of that, because if it doesn't get up there, it will collect off the right side of the screen. And Tommy is taking it on.
Oh, what a beautiful shot by Fleetwood. And a really difficult par 3, gives himself a fantastic look at birdie.
Awesome golf shot there. That will be within a couple feet of where he was aiming.
I don't mean this in a sarcastic way. I'm being serious. When you're playing along somebody and that happens, how do you maintain your focus?
It's hard. It's hard. You kind of don't want to watch. You don't want to see what's going on, and you feel there's a part of you that feels bad. Yeah, I don't care who you are. The human element to you start seeing that, and you feel a little bit bad.
Unfortunately, everybody has done it. Tommy Fleetwood's ball, great target right now for Jason Day.
This one sets up nicely for that left to right shape that he's been playing.
If he hit it the right distance.
Yes, he did. Two beauties right there.
If you took somebody 20 yards from the green and had them throw it up there, I don't know if they'd throw it closer than those two balls.
I don't think so. Let's see if Phil can get one in there for complete the grouping.
With the showman inside of him, I know that he's not thrilled about what just happened, but we may see some fireworks. Phil will be pin hunting the rest of the day.
Starts on an aggressive line.
Oh my goodness. Those three shots at this hole after what we just saw at the 12th, ridiculous. See, he blacked out. He didn't know what was going on. He's back.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Tommy Fleetwood yesterday got things going in this stretch. First here at the 13th hole. Not an easy hole to birdie, as we discussed, Brendan. The 14th, the drivable par 4.
This was a nice putt. Yeah, very quick down the hill, breaking left to right the entire way. And Tommy knew it.
And then he would go to the par 5 15th. When you look at it, it's the last really scoring hole on the golf course.
Yeah, it's a stretch of the golf course that you have to take advantage of. Give yourself a little bit of a buffer as you head into that extremely difficult closing stretch that we've talked about so much, the Green Mile.
Look at where these guys all hit their tee shots. Those are so good, all of them, just about inside of 10 feet.
On a hole where the average proximity is outside of 40 feet, that is awfully impressive.
I mean, when you're grading, you're going A, okay, fine, A+.
Well, it's a little tough if you're Jason Day. You hit it to 10 feet 2 inches and you're furthest away.
How many birdies do we see here?
I say we're going to see 3.
Really?
Yep.
All right, I'm going to say 2. Trey, what do you think?
I'm going 3. This is the flattest section of the green. Nobody has to give away the hole. Every putt is going to stay inside of it. Both Jason and Tommy inside left edge. Phil's is dead straight.
Oh, he let us down.
Jason Day in for a par.
Well, the patience we've talked about is certainly being tested right now. Take another look from a different angle. As Trey said, it's not a difficult putt. I just never got it started high enough on line there. Not the typical Jason Day roll.
This would be quite the stretch for Mickelson. Birdie, quad, birdie.
How about birdie, 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 par, birdie, quad, birdie?
Yeah, the extended run.
Straight back up here for Phil.
I mean, what a bounce back and what a strange series of events.
He has more birdies today than pars. That is a wild scorecard for Phil Mickelson. By the way, all that, he's even today.
Yeah, that's the strangest thing. I mean, make all those birdies, make an 8, and it all adds up to even par.
Now Fleetwood to make it 2 of 3.
Inside left.
Just got it off the hole on the left side, and another missed opportunity.
So after those 3 incredible tee shots, it's only Phil Mickelson who walks away with a birdie. And now to the hole that might be the most fun here at Quail Hollow.
My favorite hole on the golf course. Yeah, the drivable par 4, 14th, playing 340 yards today, slightly down the hill. Got that little runway on the front right there that you can use to chase it onto the front portion of this green. Much more difficult hole location today, cut all the way in the back. Such a narrow little sliver back there. Need to be coming in from the right side. You can see it there. We've already had 5 eagles this week on the 14th, playing as the easiest of the par 4s on the golf course.
Well, you'd have to expect, the way that Mickelson's round is now going, that he's going to try to let loose here.
Oh, definitely. I will see driver out of all 3 of these guys. And if you can land something right around the front section of the screen, you can get it to chase back there. But as I said, a much more difficult hole location cut in the back section.
A nice miss would just be the right bunker. Yeah.
This tee is elevated 4 yards, 296 to that front edge there, Brendan.
Phil certainly with the firepower to get that. If you can land it at 296, it will chase back to at least the middle section of the screen.
Wind is behind them at the moment.
Sounds like it's a perfect setup for some fireworks.
This is a great line, right half of the green.
Hang on.
Yeah, that's going to continue to get a little bit better.
Wow. We'll have a putt for eagle. It would only seem fitting.
Sorry? Yeah.
For Fleetwood, just do what Mickelson just did.
Wind picking up just a little bit. Needs to just go a little bit from right to left.
Really awesome. Thank you.
It's just right of the green, needs a kick.
Oh, and he gets it. This could be good too. Yeah, beautiful shot from Tommy Fleetwood.
Guys are making this look easy right now here, Brendan.
Two beautiful tee shots there. If you're Jason Day, just do that.
He's missed it a few times today left. Does that creep into your head right now?
Oh, definitely. It's in the back of your mind.
And Justin, even if you haven't had any creep in left, that is very close to the left where that penalty area starts.
Whoa.
This is in the middle of the lake.
You heard him say it there all day, and that was left, going left, and he's going to have to drop that way back.
And in some thick rough, that's not going to be a good spot.
Wow. Some crazy things happening on this featured group here on ESPN Plus. Jason Day, he has been missing left all day, and left on this 14th hole is the pond. Dre had mentioned this before we went to break. There are multiple issues here. One, he's got to drop it, and he's going to be hitting 3. 2, he's going to drop it, and it's thick rough. And he has to come over that pond still.
Playing these last 5 holes with a left miss is not what you want to be doing. Trouble on the left on 14, trouble on the left on 15, trouble on the left on 16, 17, 18. Just not the place to be.
I can say I've never seen a player here on the 14th hole.
And that ball was quick left, and just a reminder that Jason Day's currently at +2. He's going to have to find something really special here and then for the last 4 holes if he wants to be around for the weekend.
On top of that thick rough where nobody has been on a downslope, this is just ugly right here.
Think about what we've just witnessed in the last stretch of 2+ holes. Phil Mickelson with a quad, leaving in the bunker 3 times, getting it out on his 4th attempt. We just saw Jason, then 3 guys hit it to 13, all 10 feet and in. Now here, Jason Day on his tee shot at the 14th, pulled it over the trees, and he's now hitting his 3rd.
Just trying to somehow find a way to get it to chase back to this whole location.
All in all, not a bad shot, but under the circumstances, not what he needs right now.
He's going to have to make a lengthy par putt.
Okay, so talk me through the strategy right now if you're Luke Reardon, because you're at +2. The likelihood is he's going to go to +3 here. You've got a par 5 coming up. And then you have that difficult stretch of 16, 17, 18. How do you kind of refocus? What are you saying?
Well, you're not going to talk to him about the difficult stretch at 16, 17, 18. You're going to tell him, like, mate, let's go ahead, knock this one in. We've got a par 5 right in front of us and a good opportunity to pick one up right there. Give him the positives. Give him the not easier hole, but the easier hole than the ones that he's going to be dealing with. And then, you know, just even set little goals. Say, mate, we want to be 1 over par standing on the 16th tee.
Okay. Couple of eagle putts coming up for Fleetwood and Mickelson. And that is a par putt there that Jason Day will have. The eagle attempt for Fleetwood from 80 feet.
We can report that Rory McIlroy made his first bogey of the day, drops back to even par at the difficult par 4 11th.
A long look here by Fleetwood. Troy, an 80-foot putt. What are you really trying to do?
I think it's 50-50 whether he makes it or not. He's either going to make it or he's not.
Playing the odds, huh?
Big numbers guy I am.
I too like to live dangerously, Dre.
They're taking a little extra time waiting for the group of Lowry, Koepka, and Fowler in front of them to tee off of 16, just to the right of the screen.
Great viewing area right there to the right of the 14th tee. You can see down the 15th fairway. You can see across the pond to the 16th green, the 17th green. Just a really cool part of the golf course.
All right, those guys have teed off at 15.
What's the difficulty in this putt, Dre, other than the fact that it's 80 feet?
Well, if it gets running too far past it and to the left, it does slope down towards that penalty area. I don't think it would get all the way there, but it's just not a putt you practice very much. The first little bit's going to be uphill. Right here, it starts working back down. Pretty good judgment of speed right there, though.
Yeah, all in all, very good there. It's going to leave him a straight uphill 5-footer for the birdie.
Again, this is where he had that stretch yesterday to jumpstart his round.
I don't know if you guys, this just would not shock me if Phil were to find the bottom here.
I think it's unanimous.
It would be very Phil Mickelson-esque.
Downhill, breaking to the left the entire way.
He had it on a decent line, but comes up well short.
All right, now this could do a lot of things here for Jason Day. You make this putt, it could jumpstart him to make a run on the closing stretch. He walks away with just a bogey. You've got the par 5 coming up.
Well, the difficulty for Jason right now is he's fighting his golf swing a little bit, especially with the driver. And he's going to have to stand up there and hit some good tee shots in the remaining holes, regardless of what happens with this putt.
How aggressive, Drake, can he be with this putt?
Well, we saw Phil come up short. This is fairly flat. If anything, it's a little bit downhill, but with his speed today, I think he's thinking about making it. It has the speed. Whoa, now.
That wonders some 8 feet by. Will not have lost his turn.
He's not lost his turn and has not made many putts, so he's got some stress on his hands at the moment.
You mentioned how they all looked at the scoreboard. He knows what's going on. Was that just the case of feeling like he needed to make it?
Yeah, there was certainly some of that in there where you're trying to jam it in there a little bit. I mean, you don't want to drop a shot here at the easy par 4 14th, and you don't want to have to play those last couple holes under par to be around for the weekend. So yeah, definitely trying to make it.
I think he should try to make this one too.
Yes, indeed. +2 currently in a tie for 74th, so creeping closer to +2 as far as a cut line.
Fairly straight back up the hill. If anything, they want to creep to the right.
That's just to drop one shot. That is an untimely double bogey for Jason Day, and that is going to make his job that much harder.
Just got uber aggressive with that par putt. 3-putt double bogey after the tee shot into the water. These 2 putts for birdie for Mickelson and Fleetwood.
Outside of that quadruple bogey on the 12th hole, he's been putting together a very nice round, and just to continue doing the same.
His 7th birdie of the day.
And another solid stroke right there.
Tommy Fleetwood trying to match the birdie that we just saw from Mickelson.
Really shouldn't be too much to this one for Tommy, going back up the hill. Very straight putt from this angle.
Both he and Ian Finnis took a long look at this. And this is fairly straight, Brendan. I think he's going to play it just right of center.
Fine two putt there from outside of 80 feet.
Well, it's what you expect, right? 80 feet to go ahead and make a two putt. It's casual. Well, let's figure out exactly how to practice those 80 footers. For more on this, let's go to Frisco and say hello again to Joe Hallett.
Justin, Brendan, good to be with you guys again. 80 feet, that is longer than I go on vacation. I can tell you that right off of the bat. One thing that's really important on the tour and as the average golfer is to know what 30 feet is. When you start looking at strokes gained, when you two putt just outside 30 feet or 30 feet and beyond, you're actually gaining strokes on the field. If I ask the average player, how far is 30 feet? Is it that flag, or number 4 way over there? They go, oh, it's that one. No, that's kind of Tommy Fleetwood range. It turns out 30 feet is a whole lot closer than you think it is. And you and I have a lot of these putts throughout the day. What is the secret? It's exactly what Tommy Fleetwood did. Hone in specifically on the speed on these putts, and you're going to find that 30 feet is a lot closer than you think it is. If it's music, it might be 30 seconds to Mars, but if you want to play good golf, it's 30 feet to success.
30 feet to success or 30 seconds to Mars. You can probably count to 30 seconds the length of this putt. Okay, it was like 10 seconds.
Close.
It was a good two putt, as they will now make their way to the par 5 15th, the last really good scoring opportunity.
You said it. Got to find the fairway. First things first. This fairway cambers from right to left. Ideally, you want to start something at those 2 bunkers that guard the right side. Get it to turn off those. Maybe get a little bit of cheap yardage down that speed slot. And then a green that sits well above the players from that fairway. That front bunker catches a lot of golf balls. Difficult to get the elevation from back down there in the fairway, and we've got a whole location over there on the left side, cut tight to that left-hand bunker. Not an easy up and down from over there, but you said it, Justin. The last legitimate birdie opportunity on this golf course before they play the excruciatingly difficult stretch of 16, 17, 18. And there we see it, the easiest hole on the golf course so far this week. Already 11 eagles, 109 birdies. Playing to a stroke average of 4.63.
The leatherback turtle. Consider yourself lucky that you are seeing this. I feel like we need Jason Day to commentate on this. It's not often you see this leatherback turtle. That was terrible. I'm really sorry. I offended everybody.
Not the best Australian accent I've ever heard, but
no, I couldn't
we
even
knew
get
where you were
started.
going.
It's never fun to have this long wait after a double bogey.
Cherries, I usually eat towards the end of the day because it gets rid of inflammation and it kind of helps you feel better for the next day. Yeah, they're diesel. They're all for performance. Yeah. All right.
When do you eat your cherries?
In the morning.
Does it help you with inflammation?
No. Nor performance.
Wind down and off the left right now for Phil. 315 to the second bunker through the fairway. The closer you can get to the trees on the left, the shorter shot you're going to have in.
Is he trying to take this over the trees?
Yeah, there's a tree there. Yeah.
Well, that's a good one.
Yeah. That was hit hard.
The cherries worked.
There's got to be a big part of Phil that's thinking, what if?
Oh, yeah.
Because he really has played well today. This will be a different trajectory, Dre.
I think so. Very similar result, though. This is up the left-hand side of the fairway.
Much flatter ball flight there from Tommy. Another good one.
Well, Day has missed this driver left a lot of the day.
Could this be the overcorrection and go away right?
Wouldn't blame him. Want nothing to do with that left side. Just trying to keep it inside those bunkers down the right side.
This is perfect.
A much better swing there. A little slower from the top, and that one too finds the fairway.
3 good tee shots here at the 15th. An opportunity to score here as these guys are at a par 5 in the back 9 PGA Championship.
The players are doing math now. Trying to figure out the cut line. Teetering on the edge.
God, that's so bad.
Pride on the line.
He's putting his weekend on the line with his shot.
And lots of money, too.
That's going to end up wet.
This is the second round of the PGA Championship.
Man, as we start to round out this second round, you start looking at that cut line. And right now, 71 players are at +1 or better. Top 70 in ties move on. How likely do you think it is that the cut line moves to +2? Because if it does, at +2, just a couple of names for you. Jordan Spieth. Shot 68 today after 76 yesterday. Ricky Fowler. Xander Schauffele right now is at that +2 line. I mean, Rory McIlroy, he's at +1 at the moment.
I'm going to go as far as to say that it's about 90% sure that that cut is going to go to +2. When you look at the finishing holes on both sides, some of the most difficult holes on the golf course, number 9 and number 18. You couple that with 16 and 17 as well. All of these holes that these guys are going to have to get through. So if you're looking there at the guys at even par still, there's a good opportunity that they're going to drop down to +2. So I would say at least 90% that cut goes to 2 over par.
Speaking of dropping down, is that guy going to drop down into the water? It's not a smooth entry, I could promise you that. All right, so we have 5 eagles. Phil Mickelson in great position, absolutely hammered his tee shot, 340 yards.
I'll tell you right now, Justin, there are no divots up where he is. He flew that thing 328 all the way to the downslope, and I'm just shocked at how much extra juice he has in the tank.
Dre, it was wild when all of a sudden you see the tracer and you're like, wait a minute, he's taking it up and over those trees.
He's played this controlled fade for the entire round, and you would have thought that this tee shot would have set up just for that. But yeah, the fact that he teed it up real high and went with that just bomb draw. Oh, now Phil's going to have some sort of mid-iron into the screen.
Tommy Fleetwood, ball above his feet. We know you guys were wondering what happened with the leatherback turtle. You know what? Barely any splash. I would, as a diving judge, I would say that's a pretty high mark.
Soft entry.
Mm-hmm. It was a better than expected for sure. Better than most.
Just a little bit longer to wait for these guys back in the fairway. The group in front just cleaning up. Tommy is going to be first to play from the left side of the fairway, and the difficulty here is that you're coming so far up the hill and it's difficult to get enough elevation to stop the ball into the screen here at 15.
If you can't get it to stay on the green, what's the best leave?
If you could leave something just short right of the hole or even pin high right on that right side, that's no problem at all. Lots of green to work with. Even that front bunker is not the worst spot.
The only awkward thing for both Fleetwood and Day is that the ball is probably about 5 or 6 inches above their feet. Wanting to start this out at the center of that front bunker and let that slope with the ball above their feet, turn it to the left. Throwing this way up in the air. This is at the right half of the green.
That'll feed off on the right side, but still a high quality golf shot there.
From the same distance as Jason Day.
A little better angle. This is at the center of the green. Needs a little kick left.
Doesn't get it. That's going to end up in a similar spot to Tommy Fleetwood's, but again, both of those should be able to get him up and down.
And Brendan, this is a club that I've never seen here. This is a 5-iron from Fort Phil from 229.
Wasting no time, quickly in there.
I love this line.
Oh, unfortunate. Just hit softly into the fringe, and that's going to feed down into a low area.
Playing uphill 7 yards from where he was, 229, adjusted to 236. I think that's just a miss club there.
It's a long way to hit a 5-iron.
Well, hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. All three of these players hoping for birdies here at the 15th before they start the Green Mile walk. Looking at the best scorers currently on the golf course, Siwoo Kim, he's at 4 under through 11, 3 under for the championship. Matt Fitzpatrick, 3 under. Nikolai Højgaard, 3 under. But Fitzpatrick, a U.S. Open champion, he is just 2 back of Johnny Vegas. Johnny Vegas doubled the 18th today, Brendan. But if you take, let's say, 30 minutes or an hour after that double, how do you think he feels going into tomorrow?
It's a great question. If you can put that aside, remove that from your memory, I think overall he'd be pretty happy. He'd be pretty happy with the day's work. You know, coming in with the lead. It was always going to be a tough round. You know, he's not someone that's been in this position a lot, hasn't slept on the lead a lot. So I think overall he'd be pretty happy with the fact that he was able to go out there and shoot under par today.
Yeah, I mean, just heading into today to follow up a great round with another great round it's incredibly hard to do.
Well, we haven't got to the point where guys are driving it this far yet. There have been some big tee shots out there. Nothing in the 500-yard range just yet, but will be a couple eagle looks from off on that right side for Fleetwood and Day, and Phil Mickelson's going to have a tricky third shot up the hill.
Well, he doesn't have to deal with the bunker, but just kind of angled a little bit weird. He's going to have to fly this probably 80% of the way there. Anything left of this pin, it does fall off pretty quickly to that back left part of the green where there's a drain down there that collects every bit of moisture.
We're going to see him go upstairs, yeah, Dre?
I think so. I think it's going to have some check on it as well.
Yep.
Just flew it a couple yards further than he would have liked to do. Missed some of that upslope. It wasn't the super flop, but definitely went upstairs with it.
Tommy Fleetwood next to play. You can see both Fleetwood and Day have the putters out.
Well, Fleetwood has about 8 feet of fringe to run through, but these aprons out here roll So fast as well, probably even rolling about a 9 on the stemp meter.
Just never gave that enough. Gets hung up on that upslope, and Tommy's going to have something in the 12-foot range for the birdie. Not going to be happy with that.
I don't mind the putter play there. I'm a little surprised that he didn't pull out a wedge. A little bit easier here for Day. Doesn't have to go through quite so much apron.
Definitely will have learned something from the play of Tommy Fleetwood right before him.
If he gets too froggy past this hole, though, it can easily get off the green.
Settle.
Careful. You called it. Just as you said, and that's going to feed down, and lucky that it stays right there.
I'd say.
That's the second straight long putt that we've seen from Day where he's been too aggressive.
Day just looks dejected right now.
We've talked all day about how good his speed control has been, and he's just absolutely lost it the last couple holes. It's all stemming from the tee shot there back at 14.
It just feels like all the wind has been taken out of the sails of this group. You were riding the high of Phil Mickelson, and then all of a sudden that quadruple. You're like, what happened? He responds with a birdie. You're thinking, all right, good stuff coming. And 14, the tee shot by Jason Day leads to a double, and here he is now from off the green. This is a birdie putt, but not the birdie putt he was hoping for.
Yeah, it's not even on the green. Can we call it a putt?
I'll call it a putt.
And he's still got work left.
And that's not dead yet. You're right, Dre. That's a good solid 4 feet by.
You know, this is something that a lot of golf fans get by watching these featured groups, is you get a chance to see every single shot. And if you're just watching the network telecast, it always highlights the best shots. You don't get to see those quads, those doubles, when you actually humanizes these players.
And that's what I've heard from all my friends, is that when they do watch sort of this featured group coverage, you don't realize how many poor or average shots are hit during a round of golf. And what these guys do so well is they figure out how to put a score on. As we see Phil coming down the hill, never got that one started on line.
One of the few pars on the scorecard today for Mickelson.
And a disappointing one off the 340-yard tee shot down the middle.
Tommy Fleetwood just inside of 10 feet for a birdie.
Very similar birdie putt that he had a look at 12 and 13, unable to find the bottom.
And he's unable to find the bottom here at 15.
Hard to believe that not a single birdie made here after those 3 tee shots on number 15.
The way this thing is going, we'll probably have 3 birdies at 16 now.
It really has been a strange round of golf for our featured group. Tommy Fleetwood's been very consistent the entire round. Jason Day's been up and down. Phil's been on an absolute roller coaster. Now Day for the par.
I think we have officially lost interest.
It feels that way. The wind is out of the sails. If you're Tommy Fleetwood, now's the time to put the blinders on. You've got 3 difficult holes right in front of you. You're right in the thick of this golf tournament at -2. Find a way to get this into the house.
Yeah, you get into the house at -2, you are certainly in contention for the weekend.
Yeah, you'll go out there with a tee time couple hours in front of the leaders, and you can go and get something going, post something a little earlier. There we see a very steady round of golf from Tommy. Just hasn't made enough putts.
All right, the Green Mile. Notable 3-hole stretches. Look at that. Plus 297 last year. Not even close. That's more than 100 shots harder than anything else.
It's just such a difficult stretch in that every single shot that you hit for this 3-hole stretch, there is some peril waiting right in front of you, and it can be a marginal shot. You don't have to hit a really poor shot to find some danger that is out there. 16 and 18 play in different directions. That 17th hole, the par 3 sandwiched between them. And I love this finishing stretch to this golf course. Whoever wins this tournament's going to have to stand up there and just hit some high quality golf shots.
In the first round.
All right. We got right to left.
Mickelson and Day, each 2 over. Fleetwood 1 over.
Side. We got to kind of. What is it overall of it? I know I can't do it.
322. Just right to left, maybe a touch of hurt, looks like straight.
And Brendan, this bunker on the right-hand side of hole 16 just kind of pushes you out towards the left, and there's nothing good left of this fairway. It falls off quickly.
We saw Rory McIlroy over there yesterday, left of this fairway. And it's a hard tee shot, Dre. You like to challenge that bunker, try and skirt it. It's just one of those holes where you've got to stand up there and hit a high quality tee shot, and then it doesn't get much easier from there.
This is just right of the bunker, 315 to it.
Like it actually skipped around it. That's going to get hung up on the hill. Won't be the worst place right there.
I like how he asked his caddy, John Yarbrough, what is it to carry that? Yeah, I don't have it, but just want to know.
I think he tried to take that right over the top of that bunker.
Well, we've seen Bryson DeChambeau do it 2 days in a row, so some people have it in the tank.
Tommy does not. Typically a flatter ball flight.
He does not, but challenging it nicely. He's dead in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, good one there. Continues to drive the ball well.
Coming off a double bogey and a bogey the last 2 holes. You're talking earlier about playing for pride. He needs to see if he can find something here.
See if he can get a ball in the fairway here first.
This is up the left side of the fairway. Needs to hold.
We'll find the left rough. Leave a lengthy second shot in there for Jason Day.
More of the lefts. here in the second round for Jason Day. All right, here at the Green Mile, first round, plus 171. 13 through 15, minus 85. The 16th hole, toughest on the course. Almost as many water balls as we've had birdies. I guess it's hard.
Good guess. It's really hard.
Look at how Phil's apex was 140 with a driver.
Actually not in the worst spot now. Shortens the hole, taking it down that right side. Just 174 yards left for Phil. Jason Day, 228 from some thick rough on that left side. He's going to do well to get anything aboard the green surface. And there we see it. That cut has gone to +2.
You said it would. It's just a casual beach day for him. Now Jason Day.
Talk to me, Dre. What's he got?
It's not a great lie, but it's not that bad. He does have a 5-wood out. As long as this thing doesn't go left, he should be able to get this out and chasing up near the green.
Working really
just a
hard.
Little left.
Yeah, worked really hard to not let that club face turn over. That's not going to be the most difficult bunker shot in the world.
That's a look. As that turtle's like, yo, I'm right here. I don't have a hard shell, please. All right, now Tommy Fleetwood next. He's got 214 left to the hole.
Playing down 6 yards from where he's at, 208. Went down just a touch out of the right. Got to be just looking at the center of the screen, wouldn't you think, Brendan?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Dre. Get it up the middle of the screen. There's a little slope that you can use to feed the ball back to the right. If you can get something in there, even 30 feet left of the hole is a very good shot from this far out.
There's some room right of it, some 7 paces, but that bunker is a no-go right in this hole. This is out to the right, trying to draw, but this will find bunker.
Short of it.
Comes up well short of the bunker. Now he's going to have to flip it over the corner of it. It had to have been a little bit of a mishit.
Now, Phil Mickelson has 174 down the hill after his tee shot went 338 yards.
This is an awkward pin cut on the right-hand side with a ball this far below your feet. Show me something, Philip. This is very high, out towards the center of the green.
Yeah, pretty good result from there. Leave Philip putt up the hill.
Well, we'll leave here in Charlotte and head to Frisco to check in again to find out about some bunker work with Joe Hallett.
Justin, Brendan, I know if I looked at that right, I actually think I saw a turtle in the bunker that Jason Day is heading to. We don't have a turtle. We actually have a walrus. I've named him Craig. But what I want to give to the average golfer who's out there who gets in the sand and goes, oh my gosh, this is too tough, and I don't want to practice it because I'm going to hurt somebody, go find a tiny little kid's toy, something like this, replace the golf ball with it, miss the walrus. All you have to do is hit underneath this walrus, and it's going to come flying out, and that sits just about like I thought a walrus would. Good luck.
Wow. Joe, all right, where can I find a walrus? I don't want to hit the turtle. I like the turtles. He's just like looking over like, you gonna hit that or do I have to move?
I just like the fact that Joe got Craig the walrus to sit that quickly.
Look at Jason Day walking around like, hey bud, you gonna stay right there?
Got a standoff.
Earlier today, I think it was Sean McKeel on the 7th hole. I think it was the 7th hole. There was a black snake right by his ball. Nobody seemed to be as scared of it. Now, I know black snakes are the good snakes. The rat snakes, they eat rats, they eat the copperheads, but nobody was fazed. They finally got the snake to move, and he hit a shot.
Well, Sean McKeel's from Memphis, Tennessee. He's seen his share of snakes.
Look
He
at
shouldn't
this.
be scared of that.
I mean, just walking up like, ho-hum. I would have been like Smiley Kaufman when he saw the alligator. I would have been jumping out like, no way. Now the turtle's like, I can't even watch. Trying to get a better view of this. Oh, what a shot by Fleetwood.
Made that look very easy. Some tight Bermuda there just short of that bunker, and he just nipped it off the top of it.
I don't know how this turtle is going to get out.
And neither does he, Dre.
Somebody can help him. Just turn him over and pick him up. Look at Jason Day keep on looking over like, can we at least hold still?
Well, everything that's gone on in the last hour, this may as well just go in.
This is going to kick hard to the left when it lands. Beautiful.
Nicely played. Love that acceleration through there. Generates a lot of spin. talked about it earlier, one of the very best bunker players in the game and has been for a long time.
That Rory you heard came from across the pond at the 14th. Rory McIlroy in for a birdie. Scotty Scheffler in for a birdie. And here's the birdie putt for Phil Mickelson.
Pretty big swinger from the high side on the back part of this green over to the right. And it's going to be quick when it starts turning that way.
Should start breaking right about now, and just gave it too much respect.
Brendan, I'm actually a little bit surprised that ball stopped that far short. I thought that was going to have some pace to it.
Yeah, it comes up 5 feet short, Ray, but as you say, didn't need a whole lot more to get all the way down to the hole. Phil will keep going.
This is a touchy little one also. Needs to kind of flirt with that left edge.
Yeah, if you start this one too straight, it will miss on the right side, but definitely breaks left to right.
That is just the 3rd bogey of the day for Mickelson, but he also has that quad.
And back to even par on the round.
One of the wildest scorecards I've seen in recent time. Jason Day trying for the sand save.
I don't see much to this, Brendan.
Just keep it inside the hole on the left. A bit of stroke there.
That's the Jason Day that we're used to seeing. Well, just across from 16 is the 14th green. Such an awesome place to watch so many different holes. So Scotty Scheffler, after his tee shot was in that bunker, puts it nice and tight. He would go on to make birdie. Rory was also in that bunker, left it to here, and made that clutch putt for a birdie to get him back to even for the championship and 3 under. Xander Schauffele now on that cut line at +2, heading to the 15th. And again, with 16, 17, and 18 coming up, you'd love to get another birdie at 15 to have some cushion, because it doesn't get any easier. Today, 17 is playing 185.
Yeah, you mentioned 16, 17, 18. Here it is, the devilishly difficult little par 3. You've got a pin location that's cut in the front left corner, brings in the penalty area short of the green, the penalty area left of the green. You want to try and bring something in from that right side. Use a slope to feed it down into that little section. It is a feeder pin. If you hit the correct shot, you can get something in there close to the hole. Do see a bunch of red dots. We have had 10 birdies, but again, it's going to require the perfect execution to get it close.
A little bit of a wait here on the tee. No surprise.
Yeah, no surprise at all. Typically gets pretty backed up on these last 3 holes. Dre, what's the buzz like around these last 3 holes? Typically a great viewing area.
It is a great viewing area. And everybody's cheering right now because the turtle managed to get out of the bunker. It struggled for a little bit.
Yes.
Small victories.
But Brendan, coming up on the 6 o'clock hour, the crowds have dissipated a little bit, and I just think with the golf that's been happening in this group, it's a little bit morose.
Yeah, it kind of feels like what could have been. We saw Phil Mickelson in the middle of this round just get really hot, and well, it just all came unraveled. Back on the 12th hole there. Well,
where there's a will, there's a way. This is a lesson for everybody. Just battle adversity, fight through it, and you too can get out.
kind of looked lost once he got out of that bunker.
You know what? The sand is so nice at Quail that he's kind of like, why? I want to go back in.
Brooks Koepka ahead on the 17th green, just finishing out.
Disappointing couple days for Brooks Koepka. The leaf blower has been brought out. That's battery powered, not gas powered. If I'm not mistaken, it might be a Works.
Just removing a little bit of sand off the front of the green.
You know, it's kind of easy to forget, but Fleetwood is still in contention.
Considering everything that's gone on around him today, that's very, very admirable.
185, it does play down 5. 180 and 170 gets to the green. 7-iron for Tommy out towards the right half of the green.
Okay, good solid safe shot there. Will leave a devilishly fast putt down the hill though.
Now you good. Now you good.
Jason Day next to hit.
Justin, I would assume that Phil and Jason are taking a direct look at this pin right here.
They're trying to make sure you can drink on your birthday for free.
Breeze just a little bit into them out of the right.
Lined up straight at it.
It's just right of it.
Did it stay up?
It did stay up, but it settled down and it is close to the rock wall.
Heard him say I towed it. Just a little bit of a miss hit.
Not a bad pin for lefty here.
Look for this ball to be shaping from right to left. Try and use the contours of the green to feed it closer to the hole.
Breeze is picking up back in his face. He's starting at the center and drawing to where Tommy's ball is.
This will feed off the right side of the green and just hangs up there. Just in the fringe.
All right, well, we'll have to see what they can do when we come back here at the 17th, the middle part of the Green Mile.
The greens are green. The fairways are green. The jacket, for a few of them, is green. The mile is green. 16, 17, and 18 at Quail Hollow. The money they win for hitting a tiny white ball is green. The losers will be green with envy, and the winners will leave the green expanse of grass behind the gates of this place, reflecting in the mirrored sterling silver of a trophy strapped into the front seat like a friend.
And green's your favorite color, right?
Green is my favorite color.
Johnny Vegas, he leads it by 2 right now over Matt Fitzpatrick, who is through 15 on his second round. Max Homa went low earlier today, and now the second shot for Jason Day.
You could just tell that lie was not very good with as much speed as he had coming through there.
Just cut the legs out from under that one, left it underneath the hole. And once again, that'll be in about that 6-foot range.
From off the green, Mickelson.
This is such a tough putt to get the speed right. Uphill for the first half, and then it runs straight away from you, starting right here.
Look at Jason Day trying to say, come on, come on. All right, so now the cut has moved once again to +1, as there are exactly 70 players at +1 or better. So the likelihood is, again, that it's going to move to +2.
I still say come day's end, it will be +2. Kind of going back and forth between +1 and +2, but we still have a lot of guys out there with holes to play.
Trey, what do you think Fleetwood learned from Mickelson's putt?
I don't know if he learned anything. I think he's well aware of how fast this is to the front left section of this green. pretty flat for the first 15 feet or so. And then as it crests over the ridge, everything's breaking down to the right. He'd obviously love to make this putt, but he needs to hit the right speed. Does not need a comebacker outside of that 3-foot range.
You know, Dre, for all the speed this putt has, it really doesn't break a whole lot. So if you can get it started on line. Great attempt there from Tommy Fleetwood.
Hey, Dre, I've got some good news for you.
Talk to me.
You've got a birthday present. Siwoo Kim, a hole-in-one at the 6th hole.
Ooh, I may have to make my way to the media center. Siwoo seems like the type of guy that would deliver some beer.
For sure. He's 6 under on his round today, 5 under for the championship. And here, the par putt for Jason Day.
Breaking to his left. Has not been putting great all day long, even though he's been burning edges.
And there's another one, just goes across the front of the hole. And he is ready to be done.
Well, he's not done yet. He has the tall task of playing the 18th here at Quail Hollow Club.
Mickelson for his par.
Overcast all day and the sun is starting to peek through. Mickelson's going to have to putt through his shadow.
And nicely done there for Phil. Safely in for 3. Tommy Fleetwood will have just a little bit of cleanup work from the other side of the hole.
Not much, though. He did a beautiful job on judging that speed on that downhill first lag putt.
It's been a really steady round of golf for Tommy. Safely in for 3.
They will make their way to the 18th. There is not a single easy shot at this 18th hole.
And here it is, playing 474 yards today. A creek that meanders down the entire left side of this hole. It catches a lot of golf balls, but you really need to challenge that left side. That bunker down the right is no good. And what I believe is the most difficult hole location on this hole right here, that front left corner. Anything that comes up to the right of it, just a little bit short, will catch a big false front, feed well off the front of the green. Anything just a little bit left of the hole kicks down into the rough and can get all the way down into the penalty area.
Where does this rank for you among hardest finishing holes that these guys play?
One of, certainly one of. You know, we talk about TPC Sawgrass. A lot depends on the wind there. It depends on the wind direction. If you get the wind down out of the right at TPC Sawgrass number 18, it's really not that difficult of a hole. This one, you've just got to stand up there and you've got to hit such a good tee shot. And it's an awkward angle as well, the way this fairway sits. It's at a sort of a 45-degree angle to the tee box. So difficult to get a ball in the short grass. 18 at Bay Hill, another really difficult finishing hole. But this is certainly one of the hardest.
And they have moved this tee further and further back.
They have. They've moved this tee, and they do it very, very quietly. You don't even know that the tee has moved until you look at the yardage, and it just gets longer and longer.
Big tee shot here for Tommy. If he can find the fairway, he might be able to attack this pin. A birdie here at the last would go a long way heading into the weekend. And this tee box is perched 5 yards above the fairway surface, 285 to the bunker on the right, and the left side is lined by that creek.
Well, this suits his tight draw.
Fading towards the right half, needs to stay left. It should be just fine left of the bunker.
Step one complete.
Yeah, job well done there.
Now Mickelson. One last tee shot for Phil Mickelson here at the PGA Championship. And again, you said it before, Brendan, what could have been.
He's played some really good golf through this round. Just a shame what happened back there on the 12th. But this one looks good, Dre.
This will not miss the exact center.
And driven the ball remarkably well.
Jason Day has not, so this is an intimidating tee shot right here. There's not a lot of pressure on it, given the circumstances of not being on that cut line, but either way, nobody likes hitting bad tee shots, and this is not the most inviting when you haven't been driving it well.
Setting up on that right side, trying to fade it away from the creek.
This is up the creek line, cutting back, should get to the fairway.
And it does, just finds the left side. 3 good tee shots there.
Yep, 3 tees into the fairway here at the 18th. And also, guess what? Scheffler, McIlroy, Schauffele, all birdies at 15. Well, I said that Siwoo Kim had a birthday present for Andre Gonzalez. I wasn't lying. This is at the very long par 3 6th hole. And Siwoo cutting it in nicely. Tracking. Look at the reaction. Trying to pull his best Steph Curry. I mean, it is the home of Steph Curry, Charlotte, North Carolina. That's his 6th career hole-in-one on the PGA Tour.
It's a cool shot. Takes a fairway metal, hits a big old slice, and just goes in like a putt.
Honestly, when I saw it initially, I thought it was at the 14th. Siwoo Kim now in a tie for 4th with Scottie Scheffler and Max Homa at 5 under. You won't have many groups with 3 better tee shots here at 18.
3 beauties there. See there, Jason Day hugging that left side, just trying to cut it off that creek, doing so very nicely. Phil with the longest tee shot again of the 3.
Jason Day will be first to play.
It should be like that good years, but it's feeling more right now. I wouldn't play any help. Straight left to right.
Well, I'll tell you how excited Jason Day was to hit that fairway. He walked off this tee, just threw his arms up in the air in celebration. 178 remaining, adjusted up to 183. I'm assuming he's taking dead aim again.
As he should. Try and fit something into that left corner. All right, takes one big first bounce, trying to find the middle of the green.
Brendan, how aggressive do you think Tommy Fleetwood gets here, or is he just trying to hit it to pin high out right of the hole?
I think you just hit this out pin high, Dre. If you make a 15-footer, great. If not, just make 4 here. Get it in at into the house. Last thing you want to do is get aggressive and make a mistake.
From 170 up 5 paces. Wind is down off of his left. This at the center of the green.
Needs to stay there.
That's going to fall back.
Yeah, that's going to find that false front, and that leaves a difficult up and down.
As if the hole is not hard enough, you got a false front on the green.
All right, Phil, time to show us some fireworks. Last hole of his tournament. Starting this at the center, trying to cut back, but not.
That too will find that false front. That's going to end up very similar to where we saw the ball of Tommy Fleetwood.
Little chipping contest.
Yes, indeed. They'll have some options there. You can chip it, you can putt it. Phil's already got the putter out. That might change when he gets up to the green.
Look at the leaderboard right now. Matt Fitzpatrick, a major champion up there. Max Homa. Scotty Scheffler at 5 under. Sunglasses back on for Jason Day. Jason Day, you still got to look at the positives this year. 3 top 10s, tied for 3rd at the American Express Championship, tied for 8th at the Arnold Palmer Invitational, tied for 8th at the Masters. He's going to miss the cut here, but then he gets to go back to Oakmont for the U.S. Open, a place where he went there in 2016, and he was the #1 player in the world, at that time, or right around the #1 player in the world. Should have some good memories, and his game, if he can fix that driver, should be good.
And he seems to be feeling healthy as well, which is a big thing for Jason Day. Obviously the health issues that he's dealt with, the bad back, and it's nice to see him where he's able to free it up and swing the club like he is capable.
Do you think Johnny Vegas looks at that leaderboard and just has Scotty Scheffler like screaming at him?
Very much so. You can't help but look at that leaderboard and see the name Scotty Scheffler, and he's done exactly what Scotty Scheffler does. It's just risen up that leaderboard quietly. He kind of scratched it around for a 2-under par round of 69 yesterday, and then just incrementally gotten better and better, and now he finds himself just 3 out of the lead.
You were right. Grabbing a wedge right here.
comes up woefully short for Phil. It's going to be something in that 8-foot range for par.
Fortunate that went far enough that it stayed there.
Yeah, no, wasn't too far away from turning around and being right back at his feet.
Brendan, how far back going into the weekend do you think is a legitimate chance?
Oh no, you can make up some shots on this golf course. I think that everybody that makes the cut now, obviously those guys that are going to be, and I have to say it's now looking more like +1 as the cut, but those guys at +1, you're going to be 9 shots behind. You can still win from there. It's going to take something really special, but if you're a Xander Schauffele, Rory McIlroy, right around that cut number, you just know that you can't afford to make any more mistakes, but it still is possible from there.
Oh, nicely done there by Fleetwood.
We have to remember that when Rory McIlroy won his first Truist Championship back in 2010, he made the cut on the number.
He's won 4 times here at the Quail Hollow Club. Now Jason Day, this a birdie attempt.
Very quick putt down here. I don't see a whole lot of movement. Brendan, you played here more than I have.
Now your spot on Dre really doesn't move a whole lot. If anything, should just try and go left at the end.
That would have been fitting for Jason Day to hit a good tee shot, throw his hands up in the air like finally, and then if he made a long putt.
It all adds up to a 4 over par round of 75 for Jason Day, and obviously will not be around for the weekend.
Mickelson trying to close out his tournament with a par.
And failing to do so. There were moments of brilliance.
That was the wildest 72 I think I've ever witnessed.
There you see it, 7 circles on the card, but that ugly 8 back at the 12th.
Alex Ovechkin's known as the Great 8. You never like to see an 8 on the scorecard if you're a golfer.
Got to finish the race here for Tommy.
He does. He's 6 back of the leader, Johnny Vegas, the only player in this group who will see the weekend. Tommy Fleetwood, 1 under 70 on his round. Don't forget, featured group coverage resumes on Saturday. Tommy Fleetwood still looking for that first PGA Tour victory. He's had 5 career runner-up finishes. One of those came at the US Open. One of those came at the Open Championship. Can he make this year the year that he breaks through, not just for a tournament win, but a major championship win? He'll have to chase down Johnny Vegas, who followed up his 7 under in round 1 with a 70 in round 2. Matt Fitzpatrick still chasing him. He trails by 2, as does Matthew Pavone. But there's Scotty Scheffler, Max Homa, Siwoo Kim, all 3 back at the moment. Scotty Scheffler on 16. Michael Thorbjornsen, the youngster, shot a 1 under 70. He's 4 back. How many players will make the cut? The cut line right now is at +1. Will it stay there or move to +2? How much of an impact will the Green Mile have on this second round? Go crazy, folks. Go crazy. Ducks on the pond. Turtles showing their resiliency, and don't look at that. For Brendan DeYoung, Andre Gonzalez, Joe Allett, and our entire crew, I'm Justin Kutcher saying so long and happy birthday, Trey.
And I know she'll be the death of me, at least we'll both be numb. And she'll always get the best of me, the worst is yet to come. But at least we'll both be beautiful and stay forever young. This I know, this I know. She told me don't worry about it. She told me don't worry no more. We both know we can't go without it. She told me you'll never be alone. I can feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it, but I love it. Oh, I can feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it, but I love it. Oh, and I know she'll be the death of me, at least we'll both be numb. And she'll always get the best of me, the worst is yet to come. All the misery was necessary when we're deep in love. Yes, I know, yes, I know, girl, I know. She told me don't worry about it. She told me don't worry no more. We both know we can't go without it. She told me you'll never be alone. I can feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it, don't worry about it. She told me don't worry no more. We both know we can't go without it. She told me you'll never be alone. I can feel my face when I'm with you. But I love it. But I love it. But I love it. Oh, I love it. I can feel my face when I'm with you. I can feel my face. But I love it. But I love it. But I love it. I love it. I can feel my face when I'm with you. But I love it. But I love it. But I love it. I can feel my face when I'm with you.
Well, sometimes I feel I've got to run away. I've got to get away from the pain. You dive into the heart of me. The love we share seems to go nowhere, and I lost my life. For I toss and turn, I can't sleep at night. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all up I could give you. Take my tears and that's not living. Oh, tainted love. Tainted love. Now I know I've got to run away. I've got to get away. You don't really want any more from me. Too many things right. You need someone to hold you tight, and you think else to pray, but I'm sorry I don't pray that way. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all up I could give you. Take my tears and that's not living. Oh, tainted love. Tainted love. Tainted love. Tainted love. Don't touch me, please. I cannot stand the way you tease. I love you though you hurt me so. Now I'm gonna pack my things and go, and go, and go. days you stand there all alone. Oh, I cannot explain what's going down. I can see you standing next to me, in and out, somewhere else right now. You sigh, look away. I can see it clear as day. Close your eyes, so afraid. Hide behind that baby face. You can drive all night, looking for the answers in the pouring rain. You wanna find peace of mind, looking for the answers. Funny how it seems like yesterday, as I recall, you were looking out of place, gathered up your things and slipped away. No time at all, I followed you into the hall. Cigarette, daydream. You were only 17, so sweet with the mean streak. Nearly brought me to my knees. You can drive all night, looking for the answers in the pouring rain. You wanna find peace of mind, looking for the answers. If we can find a reason to change, looking for the answers. If you can find a reason to stay, standing in the pouring rain. You can drive all night, looking for the answers in the pouring rain. Wanna find peace of mind, looking for the